Song of Songs original Hebrew and English translation with the interpretation of Malbim by Rabbi Baruch Merker, dedicated to the love of my life, my dear wife and best friend, Kareen, my eternal source of inspiration and joy, my Song of Songs. Copyright 2024. Published by The Tree of Life Books. Email: info@thetreeoflifebooks.com. Introduction: Everything is love. The heavenly palace called love upholds all existence. As it is written in Song of Songs, many waters cannot extinguish love. 8:7. Everything endures through the power of love. Zohar, a love story. Holy of Holies, authored by King Solomon. The Song of Songs is a poetic masterpiece, at the heart of which is a poignant and evocative love story. Enamored by a maiden described as the most beautiful of women, King Solomon brings her to his palace and surrounds her with opulence and worldly delights, as well as a milieu of watchful attendants. But the maiden's heart is not with Solomon. Her true love is a humble shepherd, with whom she shares a deep and enduring bond. Despite the palace's splendor and the king's wealth and power, her soul remains bound to the shepherd, her beloved. The maiden escapes 5 times from the heavily guarded palace to rendezvous with her beloved in the wilderness. The Mishnah declares, all the canonized writings are holy, but the Song of Songs is holy of holies. It is remarkable that a religious text, part of the 24 books of the Bible, Tanakh, should revolve around a fiery love story, detailing the emotional vicissitudes of unrequited lovers. Even more striking is that the romance appears illicit, marked by defiance and forbidden passion. Why would the Torah's ultimate expression of holiness revolve around a love story that appears to celebrate elopement and impropriety? A soulful love, the depth of Song of Songs lies in its allegory, offering insights into the relationship between the soul and its creator. Depicted as a heavenly maiden, the soul is confined within the physical body, symbolized by King Solomon's palace, where instincts and desires reign. The maiden chaperones serve to heighten the allure of worldly pleasures, striving to persuade the soul to embrace King Solomon's love and submit to material attachments. Yet, despite the splendor and temptations of the palace, the maiden's heart remains devoted to her true beloved in heaven, the shepherd of hosts. The maiden repeatedly escapes to the wilderness, a realm of spiritual purity and divine connection, to reunite with her beloved. Each journey into the wilderness reflects the soul's inner struggle to restore its pure, primordial bond with the divine, breaking free from the entanglements of the physical world. In this light, far from celebrating betrayal or forbidden passion, the Song of Songs demonstrates the maiden's unwavering loyalty. She was already deeply in love before being taken by Solomon, whose infatuation with her was fueled by desire rather than genuine connection. Her elopement, therefore, is not an act of rebellion against propriety, but a courageous return to her true love. Lovesick, a healthy relationship with the divine in the maiden's confinement, her unyielding love demonstrates the power needed to break free from materialism and reconnect with the divine. Her relentless longing and emotional fervor serve as an allegory for the soul's yearning for God, a love so deep and consuming that it surpasses all worldly distractions, embodying the ultimate spiritual aspiration. Maimonides, the classic codifier of Jewish law, describes this ideal love for God as an all-consuming passion, akin to lovesickness. What is the manner of love that is fitting? It is to love God with an exceedingly great, intense, and overwhelming love, such that one's soul is bound with the love of God, being constantly engrossed in it, as if afflicted with lovesickness. Just as someone lovesick cannot free their mind from the object of their love and is always preoccupied with them, whether sitting, standing, eating, or drinking, so too must the love of God fill the hearts of those who love Him, to the point that they are consumed by it at all times. This is as we are commanded. You shall love the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul. Deuteronomy 6:5. This is what Solomon expressed metaphorically when he said, I am lovesick, Song of Songs 2:5. Indeed, the entire Song of Songs is a parable for this love. Laws of Repentance 10:3. The Song of Songs illustrates how many waters cannot extinguish love. Neither the temptations of the evil inclination nor the fleeting desires of the body can diminish the soul's eternal and unshakable love for its Creator. The soul, freed from its confines, cleaves entirely to the divine, leaving no room for lesser attachments. Ultimately, the soul has the potential to triumph to the point of transforming the body into an ally, enabling both to share in the eternal experience of divine love. When is the Song of Songs read? The Song of Songs is traditionally read on Passover, either on the Sabbath of the intermediate days or, if the Sabbath is not during those days, on the morning of the seventh day of the holiday. It is also recited after the Passover Seder, symbolizing the blossoming romance between God and Israel that began with the Exodus. Among Sephardim, it is chanted every Friday night before evening prayers, while many Hasidim read it on Friday afternoons to prepare for the Sabbath. These customs emphasize the significance of the allegorical portrayal of divine love and its prophetic vision of a future era of peace and revelation, embodying the ultimate reunion between God and His people. Malbim Rabbi Meir Leibush, known as Malbim, was born in 1809 in Volhynia, then part of the Russian Empire. A brilliant Torah scholar, Malbim is celebrated for his approachable and engaging analysis. In his Song of Songs commentary, he seamlessly blends literal, allegorical, and mystical interpretations, uncovering profound insights. Chapter 1 Song 1 The Song of Songs by Solomon. Verse 1:1 King Solomon loved a certain maiden, the most beautiful of women, and he confined her to his royal palace, appointing the daughters of Jerusalem as her guards. The maiden, however, was not emotionally available for this compulsory romance, as she was in love with someone else, a humble shepherd. The Song of Songs includes 5 individual songs as well as an epilogue, referred to here as Song 1000, authored by King Solomon. The 5 songs recount the 5 times the maiden escapes from the king's palace to rendezvous with her lover in the wilderness. After each of the first 4 escapes, the maiden is brought back to the king's court. But on the 5th instance, she could not be detained. She leaves and never returns. The first song tells about the maiden's decision to flee for the first time, her escape from the palace to unite with her lover, and how she is brought back by her guardians. The song continues until the voice of my beloved knocks, 2:8. The Song of Songs is a collection of 5 songs, plus an epilogue, depicting King Solomon's love for the divine soul, allegorically represented as a heavenly maiden. The soul is confined to a physical body, where natural instincts and desires rule. Thus, the soul, the maiden, is surrounded and guarded by forces of materialism, referred to as daughters of Jerusalem. Their role is to create a compelling environment for the heavenly maiden and persuade her to accept King Solomon's will, which is for her to become his concubine. The maiden, however, is deeply in love with her beloved in heaven, the shepherd of hosts, his creations. 5 times she departs from the palace of the dominant, natural inclination, which is the body, and she is united with her beloved in the primordial wilderness of heaven. In the first 4 instances, the soul separates from her body while Solomon is still alive. That is, the divine spirit falls upon her in 4 divine visions, but each time, as the vision fades, she returns to her body. The prophetic state is thus disturbed by the daughters of Jerusalem, the material faculties, awakening from their sleep. On the 5th occasion, however, as Solomon is gathered to his people in his final breath, the soul leaves her body and separates from it, and she cleaves to God, uniting with the source of life forever. Each of the 5 songs recounts how the soul separates from the material dimension and unites face to face with her beloved. Song 1 continues until the voice of my beloved knocks, 2:8, and tells how the heavenly maiden, the soul, separates from her body for the first time. This inspired state refers to Solomon's first prophetic vision, in which God appeared to him in a dream, at night in Gibeon, Kings ICH 3, Chronicles 2:1. This song describes Solomon's vision, how the soul unites with holiness and the spirit rests upon her, and how the soul returns to the body. And Solomon awoke, and behold, it was a dream. Kings I 3:15. If only he would kiss me with the kisses of his mouth, for your love is more delightful than wine. Verse 1:2. The shepherd, the maiden's lover, stands behind the closed door, by the doorpost. She senses him by his fine fragrance, and says to herself, "If only he would come to me face to face, and kiss me with kisses of love." She then turns towards the man behind the wall and continues, "Your affection and love are truly more delightful to me than wine, and all the pleasures I have in the king's house." The supernal shepherd stands behind the wall and watches over his bride, the soul of Solomon. The wall, which is the material body, separates the bride from her beloved and shepherd. Still, the soul senses her beloved by his good fragrance, the oil of Torah. Yet the soul longs for her beloved to kiss me with the kisses of his mouth, for the soul can relate to God in two different ways. 1. What it grasps of God through the mind, through understanding and contemplation. As inspiring as that is, the mind simply cannot fathom God himself, not even an aspect of his divinity, except through the wisdom, power, and will apparent in the signs of his governance of the world. To understand God's complete transcendence, consider the metaphor of fragrance. Although the fragrant item is in a hidden, unseen place, its existence is clearly detectable through the sense of smell. Similarly, God's wisdom emits a spiritual fragrance, representing perfect governance, throughout all existence. The mindful and discerning in the fear of God sense this fragrance, and are inspired with devotion, as if to say, "With all my might I shall serve my God. I will ascend to my Father's house in a column of smoke. The cloud of incense smells sweet to my nostrils." The column of incense connects the soul to the divine. Through it, the soul is able to perceive divinity and is strengthened in recognizing and sensing God. 2. But there is a deeper connection to God, understood through the analogy of a kiss, which brings lovers close, face to face, with wondrous desire. That is the moment when God pours His Spirit upon those souls that have prepared and sanctified themselves for prophecy and the Holy Spirit. Then the soul leaves its earthly realm and adheres to the divine intellect and the Holy of Holies. The spiritual kiss is further explained in the Mechilta of Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, 124. Kisses are with the mouth, for the mouth is the gateway and source of the Spirit. Kisses thus express deep affection, representing how spirit cleaves to spirit, not separating from each other. As for the soul that departs with a divine kiss, it adheres to another spirit, etc. And in Parshat Truma 146, there is no expression of love that embodies the cleaving of spirit to spirit like a kiss. A kiss is with the mouth, for it is the gateway of the spirit and the exhalation of breath, etc. It is, therefore, the soul's requests, "If only he would kiss me," which the Midrash interprets to mean "cleave to me," Yad Bikini, with the kisses of his mouth. These divine kisses are experienced at varying levels of intensity and depth, often obstructed by different walls or interfaces through which prophetic vision is beheld and grasped. Hence, kisses of his mouth is stated in the plural. The spiritual height attained depends on the closeness, desire, and adherence between the soul and the divine. The maiden addresses her beloved standing by the wall of her body. "Your love is more delightful than wine." Wine enhances the soul's powers, ignites the body's natural heat, and gladdens the spirit of man. But this enthusiasm is considered a strange fire, as it comes from below upwards, from the body to the soul. It is, therefore, a strange fire and a profane joy. The soul's fire and joy, on the other hand, is through the presence of the Holy Spirit and prophecy. That is the joy of God and the joy of holiness coming from above downwards. The divine fire spreads from the soul to the body until it shudders and submits to the holiness of the soul. Thus, your love is more delightful than wine. For your oils have a pleasing fragrance. Your name is like poured oil. Therefore maidens love you. Verse 1:3. For now, you are hidden from sight and can only be detected by the fine fragrance of your oils. You are understood only by your good name, like oil poured forth, spreading its scent afar. Yet even with this limited awareness, maidens love you. How much more would they love you if they could see you and fully grasp your beauty and greatness? But since we must elope, I ask, draw me after you, let us run. The soul explains why she longs for these spiritual kisses and for the wine that gladdens the spirit. It is because she and her maiden companions, who represent wisdom, understanding, and knowledge, have already sensed the divine and become attracted to him through his actions, even though they have not become familiar with him face to face. For your oils have a pleasing fragrance. Oil represents the influence emanating from the Creator over existence and the light and spirituality hidden within it. Your name is like poured oil because you, as you are only recognizable and known through your pouring of the oil, through the influence and spirituality that radiates from you over all creation. The maidens, symbolic of intellectual powers serving the soul, love you. They are drawn to you because they have recognized your honor and virtue through your wise governance. In that respect, your scent serves as a sign of wisdom and grace in all you do. The maidens here have not grasped your essence through prophecy, only through the intellect and contemplation. Their perceptions are hindered by the physical veneer that separates them from truly understanding your glory as it is. Draw me after you, let us run. The king has brought me into his chambers. Then we shall exult in our union and rejoice in you from then on. We shall extol your love more than wine. Rightly do they love you. Verse 1:4. Draw me after you, and take me out of the confines of Solomon's chambers. Let's run. Here the maiden asks to be drawn out to freedom because the king has brought me into his chambers. I am imprisoned in Solomon's chambers and cannot leave on my own. Then, when I am free and I can see you face to face, I will run after you along with my companions. We shall exult in our union and rejoice in you. Exult refers to delighting in a new experience, whereas rejoice refers to something constant, meaning that the joy becomes ongoing. The joy we derive from you is greater than the illusory joy of Solomon's chambers, which has no real value. We will savor your affection more than wine, and every pleasure, for you are truly worthy of love. This genuine love for you is in contrast to the love for Solomon, who is not loved for his own sake but for the pleasure, benefit, and delight he provides. We love you with a rightful love for your inherent worth. Draw me and take me out of the confinement of materialism, which obstructs visions of the divine. The soul is drawn out of the confines of the body through the outpouring of prophetic inspiration. Then, when the spirit of prophecy rests upon the soul, she is able to separate from the body, the chambers of Solomon. Draw me away from the body towards spirituality, the cleaving of the soul to God. Then we will run after you. I will run after you along with the maidens, my companions, which are the intellectual powers. Together we will run after God. That is, in its default state, immersed in a body, the grasp of the mind is slow, and with great deliberation. Earthiness weighs upon it, and the physical dimension impedes its fluidity. Understanding that stems from contemplation progresses step by step, moving from concept to concept and gradually making connections between ideas. With prophetic understanding, on the other hand, when the soul emerges from the cloud of the body, of matter, a straightforward understanding is achieved with great alacrity and speed, analogous to running. The maiden explains the reason for her request to run away together. For the king has brought me into his chambers. She refers to the great king who controls the city of Jerusalem, the power of desire and the instincts that rule the body. It is this king who has brought me and confined me to his chambers. Indeed, when darkness, which is the evil inclination, covers the light of the good inclination, it is like the person is incarcerated in the prison of the evil inclination. Rea Mahemna, page 247. Now I cannot go out to my beloved. I cannot fathom God and his truth with a pure and authentic understanding, for this king has taken me as a concubine and my maidens as servants to use as he pleases. Therefore draw me, and in this we shall exult and rejoice in you. Exultation is sudden happiness resulting from new divine light shining upon the soul. Rejoicing refers to the ongoing joy that comes from continuous light and inspiration that does not die down. We shall extol your love more than wine. Spiritual wine gladdens the soul with prophetic understanding, which nullifies the body's faculties, being confounded like drunkards, as expressed in the verse, raging aloud as with wine. Zechariah 9 verse 15. We shall extol and praise this inspired state as a source of constant joy, unlike the aftereffects of inebriation from physical wine, which results in a hangover. Rightly do they love you. Everything the king loves, representing the natural inclinations, love, and worldly desires, is not loved for its own sake. Material things are not valued intrinsically, but as a means to an end, and even that end is not desired for its own sake. For example, one might love money to purchase gold and precious stones, but those are sought to gain honor. Yet honor itself is desired only so one's voice will be heard. Similarly, one might desire wealth to afford fine dining on meat and wine, yet those are consumed to strengthen the body, and the body is strengthened to prolong life. But what, then, is the ultimate purpose of life? This is not so with regard to the love of God, which is a direct and genuine love. One loves God for God himself, because he is good. The soul inherently and naturally cleaves to God, as a part adheres to the whole. I am black and beautiful, O daughters of Jerusalem, like the tents of Kedar, like the curtains of Solomon. Verse 1:5. To avoid being detected speaking with her lover, who stands outside her doorpost, the maiden turns to her entourage, the daughters of Jerusalem, and says, Although my skin is dark, because as a shepherdess I sat with the sheep under the sun, it is not my natural color, not like that of an Ethiopian, whose complexion and beauty is naturally and unchangeably dark. I am beautiful inside, and my dark, swarthy appearance is only incidental and impermanent. It will disappear once its cause is removed. If I simply stay out of the sun, I will be true to my natural beauty. Similarly, the tents of Kedar, though darkened, are like the white curtains of Solomon and can be washed and brightened. They were originally white. Their darkness is merely the result of exposure to the sun. The soul longs for the wonderful union, dibuk, of prophetic understanding. She sees that at present her heavenly lover cannot kiss her face to face, nor draw her from the king's chambers, which is the body. The maiden is impeded by the daughters of Jerusalem, which are the powers of the body that encircle her. She is caught in the thicket among them. So she turns to the daughters of Jerusalem and says, Know that although I appear dark on the surface, I am pure and beautiful inside. In lighter skin tones, tanning occurs as the skin absorbs sunlight, stimulating the production of dark pigments. The maiden's tanned skin thus metaphorically describes how some of her spiritual light is absorbed within her. However, this light remains hidden, lying dormant and inactive, rather than being outwardly revealed. The soul's core is glorious light, pure and bright. The fact that I am black is only incidental to me, due to being imprisoned in a body exposed to the sun, as will be explained. And when I am cleansed of the influence of materialism and protected from the sun, then my tents of Kedar will return to my naturally light complexion, like the curtains of Solomon. Do not see me as dark-skinned, because the sun has scorched me. My mother's sons quarreled with me. They made me guardian of the vineyards, but my own vineyard I have not guarded. Verse 1:6. Do not look at me and assume that my dark complexion is natural. It is only because the sun has scorched my skin that I appear dark on the surface. The sun saw me and gazed upon me. The fact that some darkening has penetrated beneath my skin is because my mother's sons quarreled with me. They bullied and tormented me, forcing me to become the guardian of the vineyards and to sit constantly beneath the sun. For this reason, I neglected my own vineyard, failing to care for my own beauty and allowing the sun to scorch me, even inside. The verse uses the term guarded, rather than kept or watched, to emphasize that tending one's vineyard requires inner discipline and active, mindful care. Do not look at me and think, on account of my swarthy appearance, that I am naturally dark-skinned, for two reasons. One, because the sun has scorched me, meaning that I exist within the constraints of time, which depends on the movement of the sun, as is known. In its original state, before descending into a body, The soul is purely divine and spiritual. Its intellect is not subject to the laws of time and space and their limitations. There the soul experiences everything with a simple, immediate understanding, without limitations or a natural progression. But being incarnate within a body, beneath the sun, within the realm of time and space, its understandings are limited. Knowledge is acquired in stages, according to the state of the mind as it is bound to physical matter. The body is, therefore, described as being dark externally because the intellect and spiritual light is hidden within it as a potential, not actively engaged. 2. I appear dark also because my mother's sons quarreled with me. That is, the soul has brothers, some of whom are the sons of her Father in heaven. These are aspects of the mind and its intellectual powers. The soul also has brothers that are identified as the sons of her mother. Just as the earthly body has parents, the soul has a father and a mother. Zohar, Shmat PG. Adoyeg, Hlachpeke de Shachto Isakahar. The soul's mother is the body, to which it descended to this world and became a mind bound to matter and integrated with it. In this respect, the sons of the soul's mother are the powers of imagination and desire, as well as the other bodily sensibilities. It is these siblings, the sons of the soul's mother, who quarreled with me until my inner self became burnt and blackened. For they made me guardian of the vineyards. A person's actions to achieve an intended purpose are compared to the planting of a vineyard. When its clusters of grapes ripen, its purpose has begun to be achieved. And when the grapes are pressed and made into wine, it is stored in the cellars, having come to its desired end. They made me guardian of the other vineyards, meaning to ensure that other purposes were brought to fruition, unrelated to my purpose and happiness, such as rising in status or wealth, attaining authority or the objects of lust and desire, and the like. On account of these imposed preoccupations, I have neglected my own vineyard. That is, I did not guard the Torah and wisdom and holiness, which is the vineyard specially designated for me to achieve my purpose. In this respect, darkness has blackened my appearance and dimmed my spiritual light, even inside. All this interference, however, will be easily removed if I do not turn towards those vineyards, if I divest myself of materialism and distance myself from the sun. Tell me, you whom my soul loves, where you pasture your flock, where you rest them at noon, for why should I be like one who veils herself by the flocks of your companions? Verse 1:7. Unable to be alone with her beloved, being under the watchful eyes of the daughters of Jerusalem, the maiden addresses her lover, who stands behind the wall. She asks him to inform her of his whereabouts, so she may find him when she manages to escape from the king's palace. Tell me, you whom my soul loves, where you pasture. Sometimes a shepherd pastures the sheep, and sometimes, at high noon, he lets them rest. He cannot pasture his flock at noon because of the intense heat of the sun, so that is when they rest. While pasturing, every shepherd is alone in their particular place, and so she inquires where he pastures. At noon, all the shepherds seek shade for their flocks. There they gather and make the sheep lie down to rest, for which reasons she specifies, where you rest them at noon, by the flocks of your companions. The maiden likens herself to one who veils herself, which is a parenthetical statement, meaning, why should I remain here like one who is veiled and covered under the covers of Solomon and his chambers? Am I not accustomed to being free to roam the plains or the mountains of Beitar? Since the soul is presently unable to unite with her supernal beloved in a prophetic state of rapture, due to the material forces that overshadow her, the heavenly maiden addresses him as he stands behind her walls. She asks him to inform her of his location, meaning that he should teach her how to fathom the truth of his existence through meditation and through delving into deep contemplation and philosophical inquiry. The great shepherd, the Creator, sometimes pastures his flock and sometimes makes the flock lie down to rest. Shepherding his flock refers to supernal governance, overseeing his hosts, his creations, and all living beings. That is, there are two manners by which God governs creation. Sometimes it is apparent that he directs his creations by individual providence, distributing sustenance to each creature according to its needs. This direct, particular providence is allegorically depicted as the shepherd himself pasturing the sheep. But at other times, when the generation is not worthy, God governs the world and its inhabitants indirectly through nature, through the astrological forces and heavenly constellations he established during the 6 days of creation. In the allegory, this is represented by the shepherd having his flock lie down. When the sheep rest, they do not receive new sustenance, provisions, or food from the shepherd. They are maintained by whatever they have already received. During the reign of nature and the constellations, God does not add new sustenance. The flock of creation subsist from the life and sustenance established in the world at the time of creation. This resting takes place at noon, meaning during the reign of the constellations and the strength of the sun, for the sun is the head of all the heavenly constellations and stars and astrological forces. During the time of active and direct shepherding and providence, God observes and supervises everything on his own, with no stranger with him. But when the shepherd has his flock lie down, he rests near the flocks of his companions. For then other shepherds, namely, the stars and heavenly ministers, make their sheep lie down at their command. The maiden's request is to recognize and find her beloved, God, amidst both of these types of governance. Why should I be like one who veils herself is thus understood as a parenthetical remark, meaning, why should I be covered and wrapped in cloud and mist among the shadows and darkness of the body, which is the house of Solomon? Am I not accustomed to being wise, aware, and active? If you do not know my location, O fairest of women, follow the footsteps of the flock and pasture your young goats by the tents of the shepherds. Verse 1:8. As to where he can be found, her lover replies, to flee from the king's court and come to me, you need to know my location. You will also need to devise a plan to avoid being spotted by the guards or recognized by Solomon's troops as you make your way. Regarding my location, follow the footsteps of the flock. By tracking the path of the sheep, you will come to my place. And to avoid suspicion, pasture your young goats near the tents of the shepherds, so they will think you are a shepherd. The supernal shepherd, the Creator, replies, for you to flee from the king's court and approach me requires leaving behind bodily concerns, desires, and pleasure. It also requires applying yourself in contemplating and understanding divinity until you grasp my truth. Your success in this endeavor depends on 2 things. 1. Know my location, where, and how to find me. To recognize the one who spoke and the world came into being, you must know the way to fathom divine truths and how to enter paradise. Pards, in Hebrew, literally meaning orchard, which is often understood as an acronym for the 4 dimensions of Torah study. Pishat, Remez, Drush, and Sod, literal, allusion, homily, and esoteric. 2. Form a plan to bypass King Solomon's guards, which alludes to the natural inclination and its influence. A successful strategy must be employed to overcome the obstacles that stand in the way of diligently pursuing deep contemplation. In order to fulfill the first condition, to find my location and divine truth, follow the footsteps of the flock. It is impossible to directly know God or his true place in the world. Only by his flock can the shepherd be found. That is, God is only discernible in the signs of divine wisdom, power, mercy, and kindness that can be traced in the footsteps of the flock, in the vitality he compassionately provides for his creations. Through his flock, the greatness of the shepherd, his infinite wisdom and power, is discovered. As for the second condition, to not be hindered from the path of perfection by bodily desires and its troops, I advise you to pasture your young goats. Strive to be the shepherd and lead your young goats, meaning the vital forces within you. By directing and channeling the resources and energy in your miniature world, your body, you emulate God's dynamic powers in governing the world at large. Just as God guides everything for the sake of a single, all-inclusive purpose, to achieve the ultimate goodness and perfection, so should you guide your inner nature towards achieving the epitome of satisfaction, virtue, and goodness. Thus, it states, follow the footsteps of the flock and pasture your young goats, meaning you should derive personal direction from how God tends the flocks of his world. Pasture your young goats, by literally, upon, the tents of the shepherds. Beneath the soul, there are other shepherds guiding the body, such as imagination, desire, and the like. But all of them must submit themselves under the direction of the divine soul. Control must be established upon these shepherds, the systems that govern the body's faculties, until they pasture under the divine shepherdess. Thus, she will be above them, and with the skill of her handiwork, she will comfort them. This song was founded on Solomon's first vision, when God appeared to him in a dream at night in Gibeon and said, "Ask what I shall give you," offering to fulfill the request of his heart's desire. Solomon responded by asking for an understanding heart, to be blessed with the skill of listening carefully in judgment to distinguish between good and evil. Since Solomon's request was made in a dream, God looked fondly upon it. Resolve and thoughts entertained in dreams are not a product of one's mind or choice. Though, leading up to Solomon's prophetic dream about righteous judgment, he spent many days delving into understanding justice. As a result of his arduous and diligent pursuit of fair judgment, Solomon beheld this prophetic vision, wherein God appeared to him and then fulfilled his request. Thus, before recounting the meaning of the vision and prophecy of how his soul unites with God, Solomon relates in this song how he first applied himself spiritually to recognize the divine and to know God's ways. There is a consensus among the sages of ancient times that a fundamental principle must exist, serving as the standard by which all particular laws are judged and derived. But when all men of valor exhausted the search for this universal measure of justice, they concluded that judgment belongs to God, the supreme legislator and all-inclusive understanding. The source and root of judgment is thus the domain of the ultimate source and origin of existence, the Lord of all. For this reason, Solomon asked God for the gift of determining divine judgment, reflected in the verse, "O God, endow the king with your judgments," Psalms 72, verse 1. Only from the just God can we learn to discern the standard and measure of divine judgment. Justice is learned by understanding God's ways, discernible in the footsteps of the flock, by observing his guidance of the flock of creation, as a shepherd inspects his herd with justice and righteousness. Therefore, before telling how God appeared to Solomon and spoke with him in a vision, which begins to be related from the next verse, "I have likened you, my darling, to my mare in Pharaoh's chariots," as well as the verses that follow, the song describes how Solomon diligently sought and endeavored to understand justice and the ways of divine governance. "I have likened you, my darling, to my mare in Pharaoh's chariots." Verse 1:9. According to the signs and guideposts the shepherd had given her, the maiden succeeds in escaping Solomon's chambers and meeting with her beloved in the wilderness. Now the song recounts what happens between her and her lover there. The shepherd sees the maiden adorned with gold and pearl ornaments, and he tells her, "I have likened you, my darling, to my mare in Pharaoh's chariots," meaning you are in my eyes as if Solomon had taken my mare, which is unique to me, and harnessed it to his chariot among the other horses and chariots he has acquired from Egypt, from the house of Pharaoh. See Kings I 10:29. Although Solomon has many fine horses and chariots from Pharaoh's royal stables, delivered among the band of horses he brought out of Egypt, he also included my mare, which is unique to me, and harnessed it to his chariot. That is, even though Solomon has many wives and concubines, along with Pharaoh's daughter at their head, he also took my mare, my darling, who is solely mine. According to the signs God gave the soul of Solomon, teaching her how to recognize his ways and understand his wisdom, she merited a prophetic vision. God spoke to her in Gibeon, in a nocturnal dream. Here the song recounts what the lovers spoke about in the vision. The Almighty sees that Solomon's soul has accepted jewelry from the body it adheres to, described in the next verse. So the beloved tells her, "I have likened you, my darling, to my mare in Pharaoh's chariots," referring here to the guiding forces of Solomon's body as Pharaoh's chariots. The horses that drive the chariot came from Egypt, the place of debauchery, fantasy, and enticement. They are the forces that endeavor to guide Solomon's chariot, his body, towards loving many foreign women, representing pride, desire, envy, honor, wealth, and licentiousness, particularly embodied in Pharaoh's daughter, whom he married. The beloved calls the divine soul my mare, for she too is granted the role of guiding the chariot of the body. She is the mare of the desert rider, equipped to draw the small chariot, Solomon's body, to its destination. This is where the supernal rider guides the great chariot, representing the entire existence, toward goodness, happiness, and perfection. But King Solomon, representing the natural drive that steers the chariot, took this divine mare and harnessed her to Pharaoh's chariots to pull the chariot wherever the spirit of Pharaoh's horses would go. That is, King Solomon wanted the divine soul to be driven in his chariot and horses by material forces. Nevertheless, her beloved tells her, "You are my special mare, devoted to me to be led and to lead and steer according to my will. Your cheeks are comely with rows of gold, your neck with strings of beads." Verse 110, the shepherd likens the maiden to Solomon's horses, which are decorated with ornaments. Rows of gold were placed on your cheeks and strings of pearls on your neck, he tells her, just as they adorn the king's horses. Although you are my special mare, her beloved tells the soul, guiding the chariot according to my will, you are still bound to Solomon's chariot, meaning that the soul still adhered to the body. You have adorned yourself with jewels used to decorate the king's horses, with rows upon your cheeks and strings of pearls upon your neck, something you did not have when you were with me. That is, the soul, before it was bound to the body, did not perceive anything of the physical sensations of quality and quantity, time and place, nor any of the conditions of matter. The mind, as it is independent from matter, grasps things as they are in themselves, divested of time, place, and circumstance. However, when consciousness descends into a body, it undergoes a significant change. Its perceptions are then received through the veil of matter and through the windows of the senses, which are processed gradually. First, concepts are abstracted from visual perceptions. Each thing is identified and named so that the entirety of speech, indeed, the rational soul is called the speaking soul, consists of concepts abstracted from sensory perceptions, as is known in the science of logic. Before the soul becomes confined within the body, it knows nothing of this arbitrary but vital system of speech. Souls independent of bodies perceive everything intellectually and do not use language to express themselves, as do souls and bodies. And hence, your cheeks are comely with rows of gold. Here, cheeks signifies speech, which is comely and attractive in rows. Just as cheeks are adorned with jewelry, so too speech is adorned with structured, well-defined concepts. The movement of the cheeks and mouth in speaking is how these structured ideas or concepts are expressed. Also, when the soul is in its exalted state, independent of any connection to a physical body, the intellect perceives concepts in a sudden and straightforward manner, without the need for gradation, the passage of time, contemplation, or investigation. However, once the soul intermingles with the physical, its perceptions proceed slowly and gradually. Initially, it forms judgments from concepts by combining these concepts with one another, either affirmatively or negatively. For example, the apple is red, the apple is not black, stated as an affirmation or a negation, or in terms of possibilities and other logical constructs known in the science of logic. Then, it links these judgments to form analogies and other syllogisms. Thus, laws are established and necessary for the mind within a body in its understanding and contemplation, but these laws are not required for the soul when it is independent of the body, as known in the philosophy of metaphysics. The shepherd thus praises the beauty of your neck with strings of beads. From the neck, more specifically, the throat, comes the voice itself, which is more internal than speech, and signifies the soul's understanding and contemplation. The neck is decorated with necklaces upon which many pearls are strung together by a thread. Similarly, through the voice, the soul can articulate and string proposition to proposition, syllogism to syllogism. We will add rows of gold to your studs of silver. Verse 111. When you were with me, you only had studs of silver. You had no gold jewelry, no rows of golden ornaments, just small beads, amounting to only a modest quantity of silver. But now you are adorned with rows of gold. When you were in your divine abode, before joining Solomon's chariot, you were adorned only with silver studs or dots. The soul's understanding lacked quantity and quality, akin to a geometric point that does not occupy space and is indivisible. A point represents the absence of quantity, contrasting with rows of ornaments and strings of a necklace. Rows symbolize what is perceptible in measurable space, distinguishing one item from another. Strings represent logical propositions and syllogisms, connected through measurable time, as known in psychology. By being integrated into the body, the soul begins to perceive quality, likened to gold. Gold, in this sense, is the opposite of silver. Silver's white appearance signifies the absence of color, while gold's reddish hue signifies quality, indicating that the soul now perceives physical dynamics composed of both quantity and quality. Thus, initially, you had only studs of silver. But now, since your intellect has become deeply engaged with material things and their perceptions, you are adorned with rows of gold to perceive both quantity and quality, as well as other physical experiences. While the king was at his table, my nard gave forth its fragrance. Verse 112. Here the maiden responds, "Know that I have just now separated from the company of King Solomon. While he was sitting at his table, indulging in pleasures, I had no desire for his delicacies. For my nard, the fragrance of my beloved, gave forth its scent. You are like a fine fragrance to me, drawing me in. Even from a great distance, your scent reached me at the king's banquet." The soul's response: "Know that I have left the material dimension and separated from its company." While the king, who is the power of seduction and the ruling desire in the body, sat at the head of his banquet and indulged in worldly pleasures, my nard gave forth its fragrance. That is, the spiritual scent and holy incense emanates from my nard, from my holy lover. Thus, I sensed God's ways and governance from his fragrance. Also, it can be said that the spiritual scent of the supernal beloved flows from his holy place to reach the place of the body, where the evil inclination sits at the feast. My beloved is to me like a sachet of myrrh, lying between my breasts. Verse 113. The maiden always remembers the good fragrance of her beloved from the sachet of myrrh she wears on her chest, where it is etched upon her heart. Each time she notices its scent, his cherished memory is stirred within her. The maiden explains that she senses the good fragrance and spirituality of God from two vantage points. One, from the divinity within the soul. As the soul, being divine and part of God's essence, is likened to a tablet on which all divine matters are inscribed, whereby the part resembles the whole. When a person opens their mind's inner eye and looks upon the tablets of their soul, they will find the dwelling of God and his temple. There they will see all the wonders in divine writings inscribed on the tablets. The divine fragrance is bundled and hidden in the sachet of the soul. In this respect, my beloved is to me like a sachet of myrrh, lying between my breasts and in the chambers of my heart. The symbol employed here is a sachet of myrrh, musk, derived from the blood of deer in India. It is as if to say that the blood of the heart, the choicest of blood that maintains life, contains this divine fragrance. My beloved is to me a cluster of henna blossoms in the vineyards of En-Gedi. Verse 114. Her lover's fragrance reaches her from the vineyards of En-Gedi in the wilderness, where he encamps. To her, it is like a cluster of henna blossoms, whose fragrance carries across great distances. The maiden also senses God's fragrance and spirituality too, from outside the soul, emanating from the divine presence that permeates all existence. From this macrocosmic perspective, the wise perceive God's scent to deepen their knowledge and comprehension of him. This fragrance emanates from the vineyards of En-Gedi, from the wilderness where he dwells. En-Gedi was once a wilderness. See the book of Samuel. The origin of this fragrance alludes to God's dwelling in the deserts, outside human civilization. The fragrance is like a cluster of henna blossoms, which is smelled from afar. Here the word cluster signifies that divinity encompasses all existence. Nothing exists outside of God, like a cluster that contains all the fruits within it. In vineyards, there are thousands of clusters of grapes, yet the single cluster of henna is sensed by its prominent fragrance and recognized among the thousands of vineyard clusters. Similarly, God is unique among his hosts, singularly recognized among the myriads of worlds by his spirituality and his governance, providing life to them all. The maiden thus intimates that she has grasped the spirituality of God and his glory, both from the understanding within her soul, as well as from the understanding of the divinity beyond her soul. Behold, you are beautiful, my darling. Behold, you are beautiful. Your eyes are doves. Verse 115. When her beloved hears her profess her all-encompassing love, he replies, "You are beautiful, you are beautiful. You are beautiful, my darling, for your loyalty, unaffected by the seduction of King Solomon. You are also beautiful in your devotion. Your eyes are like doves, gazing solely upon their mate." God tells the soul, "You are beautiful, meaning in two respects. 1. You are my darling companion, a part of me, and intimately united with me. You are bound with the divine, which encompasses all of existence beyond the soul. This corresponds to the cluster of henna mentioned above. 2. You are beautiful unto yourself. You are inherently holy, a daughter of God. Your divine beauty is a crown of glory stemming from the divinity within the soul. This corresponds to the sachet of myrrh. Your eyes are doves refers to two types of eyes within you. 1. The inner eye, through which you gaze upon spiritual forces, allowing the soul to behold divine visions that leave an indelible impression. 2. The external eye, with which you look upon the entirety of existence, to observe in them God's governance, his providence, wisdom, and power. Both your eyes resemble the eyes of doves, whose gaze is inseparable from their mate. So do you look at me unwaveringly, to recognize, seek, and request my love. You too are handsome, my beloved, indeed delightful. Even our bed is fresh. Verse 116, the maiden lover responds, "You too are handsome, my beloved, in appearance, and delightfully complete." Now, the time has come for us to unite. An intimate moment has arrived. It is true that we won't be sharing a bed of gold and silver, nor a house or palace. We shall sleep in the forests on a bed of living trees and branches. But this bed of ours, where we recline as lovers, is fresh and moist, made of living, pliable branches. The soul replies, "Your beauty is likewise praiseworthy in two respects. With regard to the divinity that is beyond the soul, you are handsome. The beauty of the natural order of existence is inherent in you. Indeed, you are the source from which all existence derives beauty. You are also delightful with regard to the divinity within the soul. In you, souls experience pleasantness, sweetness, and the highest level of perfection and worth." After the song describes the relationship of these holy lovers from two perspectives, divinity that transcends the soul and divinity hidden within the soul, the time has come for their union. This is the moment when the Holy Spirit that flows into the world at large unites with the Holy Spirit that flows into the microcosm of the soul, as a part cleaves to the whole. The soul yearns to attain this union, as expressed above. "If only he would kiss me with the kisses of his mouth." 1:2. Even our bed, where this holy union takes place, is fresh and moist, for they have both prepared for this union and the cleaving of spirit to spirit. That is, both the soul in its arousal to greet God in her search and quest for him, as well as God in his readiness to pour his spirit and love upon the soul in his grace. The beams of our house are cedars, our eaves troughs are cypresses. Verse 117, now that we stay overnight in the forest, the beams of our house are the cedars, the tallest trees of the forest. In their shade, we find shelter and a place to rest. Our evestros, which drain the water, are the cypress trees. The wide branches of the cypresses and their leaves form a canopy over our bed, channeling the water downward and off to the sides, keeping the rain from falling on us. Here the song depicts the prophetic attachment of the soul cleaving to the infinite God. This mystical union is reflected in the holy temple God commanded to build, which serves as an intermediary between the infinite and the finite, between the boundless and the limited. God, the infinite and limitless, desired for his glory to dwell upon the soul's nefashot, of the Jewish people, which are limited and finite, for the soul resides in a small upper chamber, no larger than the palm of one's hand. Building a house of cedars for God creates a defined space for him to fill, as if the transcendent God, who is not confined by space, chooses to abandon his boundlessness to dwell in a finite place, upon the wings of the cherubim, beneath beams of cedar. Similarly, but in reverse, with regard to the soul is contained within the modest dimensions of the body, composed of physical flesh, sinews, and bones. Yet it rises from its limited space to dwell and unite with her beloved in a freer and more spacious place, within a structure stronger than the human body. This structure is built from cedars, part of the plant kingdom, which has a simpler composition than that of an animal and is nourished by rain from the heavens and minerals from the earth. Indeed, polar opposites always unite through an intermediate boundary. To illustrate this metaphor, Solomon chose, just as the Torah chose the Mishkan, to depict the intermediate boundary where distant lovers could draw near. This place is represented as being under beams of cedar, the tallest trees, symbolizing the elevation of the earthly foundation upward. The imagery of plant life depicts the ascent of the earthy, lowly element toward the heights, and this idea is most vividly expressed in the lofty cedars of Lebanon, which are exalted and towering. Hence, the beams of our house are cedars, and our eaves troughs, which channel water, are made of cypress trees, whose branches spread broadly. The flow of divine energy passes through these eavestros, which form the roof of this sacred house. The cypresses serve as channels for water distribution and conduits of blessing, guiding the flow of spiritual influence. They pour this nourishment upon the earth and upon physical bodies, parched and thirsty for heavenly precipitation, the dew of divine lights, and the blessed rain. In doing so, they enliven the earth and its inhabitants with supernal waters, waters of kindness and holiness. Chapter 2. I am a rose of Sharon, a rose of the valleys. Verse 2:1 The maiden says, I am like a crocus flower that grows in Sharon. Rose of Sharon is a crocus plant whose roots resemble an onion, without the sharp smell. Rising from its stem is a very beautiful flower that tends to open with the sun and follow it as it moves across the sky. Its blossoms turn to face the sun until its petals close at dusk. Rose of Sharon grow and prosper only in the sunshine of Sharon. I am like a Shoshana, a rose or lily, that grows in the valleys. The Shoshana has a lovely scent that it releases at sunset. It thrives in the valleys, growing best in the shade. Here the maiden muses, I love sitting in Sharon and opening my petals in the sunshine. Indeed, I love to present my beauty to my beloved. He shines upon me like the sun in the Sharon desert and beholds my beauty and my glorious petals. When I return to the shadowy valley, symbolizing the chambers of Solomon, where I am confined, I emit the pleasant aroma I absorbed from the sun throughout the day. Then I am like a rose that releases its fragrance in the dark valley, meaning that the daughters of Jerusalem, my companions in the dark palace, sense the fine fragrance of my integrity and good character. The soul says, I am like a crocus flower that grows in Sharon, like a rose of the valleys. That is, I shed my earthly faculties and leave the valley and crags, which symbolize the soul's immersion within a physical body. I then go out to Sharon to warm up in the sunshine, which represents divine light shining upon me. I am then like the rose of Sharon that unfolds its petals, buds and stems, and inclines towards the sun to absorb its light. Then the rose of Sharon appears in its full beauty and glory. Similarly, when the divine sun shines upon me, the soul expands and gives forth its spiritual blossoms, revealing its limbs, the divinity hidden within. That is when the soul appears in its glory and splendor. However, when the glory of God departs, as with the setting of the great sun, then the soul closes its blossoms, folds in its petals and gathers in its divine branches. Then its divinity is not outwardly apparent, and it returns to the valley, which is the body. But it is at that time that this flower releases a pleasant and spiritual fragrance, which it had absorbed from the great light. Her neighbors, representing the soul's faculties as they are tied to the material, become perfumed with the scent of nard. They gather this fragrance inside, using it to learn the ways of God, His guidance, His wisdom, and His kindness. In this way, the soul resembles a rose of the valleys, which releases its fragrance under the shadows. Initially, when the soul wants to unite with the king, it is called a crocus flower. But after it has united with the divine through spiritual kisses, it is called rose. As it is written, his lips are like roses, Shoshanim. See Zohar 107b. As a rose among thorns, so is my darling among the daughters. Verse 2:2, the shepherd responds, among the daughters of Jerusalem, you are like a rose among thorns. A rose bush is full of thorns. When it intermingles with them, it gets pricked and ruined. To avoid getting entangled with the thorns, a rose needs to raise its head above them. In the same way, you need to beware, the shepherd warns the maiden, lest the daughters of Jerusalem entice you to love Solomon. The supernal beloved responds, among the daughters of Jerusalem, meaning the powers of the body, you are like a rose. Since a rose bush is full of thorns, the rose must raise its head above them, not to mix in with them and get pricked. The forces of materialism are like thorns that pierce the holy rose when it mingles with their company. They mar the beauty and splendor of its holiness. You need to rise above them and not get mixed in with their company. Indeed, if all the limbs of the body are full with sins, and no part of the body is free for Torah study and the performance of the commandments, the soul is described as a rose among thorns. Rea Mehemna Ki Taitzai, page 278. As an apple tree among the trees of the forest, so is my beloved among the youths. I sat down under his shadow with great delight, and his fruit was sweet to my palate. Verse 2:3, the maiden says, you stand out among others as an apple tree stands out in a forest. While other trees may overshadow the apple tree with their height and abundant branches, the apple tree is unique in two ways: its delightful scent, which draws me to sit in its shade and enjoy its pleasant aroma, and its sweet fruit, which satisfies my longing. Sometimes, when the maiden escapes Solomon's chambers, she sits in the shade of the apple tree and meets her beloved. Other times, even when confined beneath the shadow of other trees in the forest, she still tastes its sweet apples, the fruit of love. The soul says, God is the soul of the universe. He guides all the worlds, He animates and enlivens them. In this respect, God resembles the soul, overseeing and animating His creations, granting them vitality and energy. Accompanying God are other governing forces, nature, the celestial bodies, and the powers God allotted to them. By means of this heavenly entourage, divine providence is concealed and camouflaged. God thus appears among these forces as an apple tree in a forest. The trees of the forest, their height and the density of their branches, darken and overshadow the comparatively small apple trees. Similarly, the great celestial bodies that orbit and impose their order on the world are visible to the eye, whereas divine providence is hidden. There is an interplay of two dynamics at work here. Sometimes God openly directs providence, diminishing the impact of the forces of nature, and sometimes the laws of nature and celestial governance prevail, concealing the underlying authority of the Creator. This dynamic is echoed in the preeminence of the souls in governing their miniature worlds, their physical bodies. When the soul rules over the body and guides it according to the mind and free choice, then the world at large follows suit, and its nature submits to the rule of the supernal mind. All of existence is then guided by miraculous oversight from on high. The souls then unite with the Lord, blessed be He, and they perceive divine visions. Prophecy is thus understood as the realization that God is the soul of the world, and the worlds serve as His chariot, reflecting His divine presence and governance. The above provides a conceptual framework to understand the chariot that Isaiah and Ezekiel saw, as well as other visions seen with the divine spirit. The worlds are analogous to a chariot. The infinite God rides upon the worlds and guides them with His wondrous providence. Divinity at this level called fills all worlds, interfaces with the worlds, and affects them. I sat down under His shadow with great delight. For then the shadow of the forest trees disappears, as in the verse, their shadow has left them. Then the soul dwells in the shadow of the Almighty, beholding divine visions and enjoying his fragrance, as he imparts his spirit upon them. But when the souls are drawn after nature and do not rule over their inclinations, subduing the forces of materialism, then the forces of nature are said to prevail in the miniature worlds. As a result, the natural forces of the world at large prevail, and divine providence is diminished beneath the veil of nature and the astrological forces. In that state, the trees of the forest overshadow and darken the apple tree with their branches and shade. Nevertheless, his fruit was sweet to my palate. The fruit of providence, the fruit of holiness, is food and medicine for the dimmed souls. From this divine fruit the souls develop an understanding of his Torah and his commandments, his ways and his conduct. They learn to fear and love God. They eat from the fruit of the tree of life, and they thrive. In Zohar, Hazanu, just as an apple tree is distinguished in its color from all the trees of the field, so the Holy One, blessed be he, is distinguished and marked above all hosts of both the upper and lower worlds. For this reason, the Lord of hosts is his name. That is, he is a sign among all the supernal hosts. And see Zohar, Parashat Lech, page 85, Parashat Akarai, page 74. He brought me to the banquet house, and his banner over me was love. Verse 2:4. After this intimate dialogue, the maiden describes how her beloved takes her to the banquet house. There he raises his banner over her, a banner of love. The soul narrates how, after this sublime experience, the Spirit of the Lord began to stir within Solomon's soul, preparing her for the divine union. In the allegory, the supernal beloved brings the maiden to the banquet house, or more literally, the house of wine. Wine mentioned throughout this work, poured for the soul by her beloved, is prophetic wine preserved in its grapes, a libation poured as a drink offering to the Lord. This wine gladdens the soul when its godly spirit descends upon her. My beloved has already raised his banner of love over me, for his love attracted me and brought me to cleave to him in love. Thus, love precedes the kiss, and bringing the maiden to the banquet house precedes drinking the wine itself. Sustain me with goblets of wine. Comfort me with apples, for I am lovesick. Verse 2:5. Sustain me with raisin clusters and goblets of wine. Make it cozy by spreading apples beneath me, which emit a good scent, for I am lovesick. Now the maiden asks to be sustained by goblets of wine, as well as fragrant apples, to be set beneath her as a bed. Throughout the entire Song of Songs, wine alludes to prophetic inspiration, whereas fragrance always signifies understanding through inquiry and contemplation, enabling the soul to sense the spirituality of God from afar. The maiden asks to be sustained with prophetic wine, for after separating from the body, in love and desire for her beloved, she has nothing to sustain her other than goblets of wine and sacred libations, as well as the understanding derived through inquiry and contemplation, which is analogous to apples spread beneath her. Her staple is thus prophecy, but thereafter the soul grasps the truth of God also by way of contemplation and analysis, as the Lord gave Solomon wisdom and a breadth of understanding as vast as the sand on the seashore to comprehend and gain insight. For I am lovesick. My soul cleaves to God with wondrous desire, like one stricken with lovesickness. His left hand was under my head, and his right hand embraced me. Verse 2:6. The beloved unites with the maiden with love. Solomon's soul unites with the supernal spirit, as explained on the verse, if only he would kiss me with the kisses of his mouth. 1:2. In the Holy Writings, God's direction of the world through nature is described as the left hand, whereas his miracles, unrestricted by natural laws, are termed the right hand. The right is also associated with the soul's grasp achieved through prophecy. During prophecy, God is said to lead to the right, towards miraculous governance. In such a state of inspiration, the soul is described as being embraced by God's right hand and with his mighty arm, which corresponds to the soul's request, sustain literally, support, me with goblets of wine. In contrast, What is achieved thereafter, after prophecy, through understanding and contemplation, is signified by placing his left hand under her head and supporting the soul with understanding. The left hand thus serves as a cushion beneath her head, answering her request, "Comfort me with," or "Spread beneath me, apples." For then she is under the holy providence grasped through the Holy Spirit. And the right hand, which is awareness of miraculous divine providence, embraces her, for it becomes the soul's primary state of awareness. But since intellectual grasp precedes prophetic awareness chronologically, for prophecy is only experienced by those who prepare for it by first acquiring wisdom and fear of God, the order is therefore stated here in reverse. His left hand was under my head, and his right hand embraced me. I adjure you, O daughters of Jerusalem, by gazelles or by hinds of the field, that you do not meddle in this love, nor stir it up. Just allow the desire. Verse 2:7 Meanwhile, the maiden chaperones, the daughters of Jerusalem, catch up to her. She sees them approaching from afar and tells them, "I adjure you not to meddle or cast enmity in this love. Do not even stir it up, not to distance it, nor to bring it close. Just allow the desire. Let the love be organic, according to the will of the lovers, who are naturally desirous of each other. Let no stranger interfere. Since there is no one around in the wilderness, only gazelles and hinds of the field, the maiden has her chaperones swear by them. The gazelles and hinds serve as witnesses, affirming and proclaiming this oath. Then the beloved departs and goes on his way, and the maiden is ushered back to the chambers of Solomon. Thus concludes Song 1. The second song continues until On My Bed at Nights, 3:1. Meanwhile, the powers of the body begin to awaken from their slumber and interrupt this precious union. In response, the divine soul adjures the daughters of Jerusalem, which are the powers of the body, not to stifle her soulful love and intense bond to God, her mighty rock, neither to distance it nor to bring it closer unnaturally. For even the stirring of this love through material forces is considered a foreign fire, an impure love tainted by external motives. Just allow the desire for this love to awaken naturally on its own, through the arousal of the Spirit to cleave to the Spirit of God. All the more so, they must not disrupt this from happening by sowing enmity between her and her beloved in heaven, by enticing her with worldly desires or the love of anything else. The maiden has now ventured out to the wilderness, outside the city. That is, the soul has transcended the body, including all bodily functions and faculties. Free from the body, the soul may now adhere to spirituality and the supernal mind. At this spiritual height, there is no interface or intermediary between the soul and the powers of the body. All that remains is the vitalizing soul, whose channels never rest. It continuously streams its wellsprings through the circulatory system, pumping blood from the heart to all the body's arteries and back again. This blood flow moves at a remarkable pace, circulating throughout the body's extremities 24 to 30 times an hour. The quick-paced circulatory system is likened to the swiftness of gazelles and hinds. Invoking these swift creatures of the field as witnesses, the maiden adjures the powers of the body not to disrupt the established bond of love. Afterwards, the Holy Spirit rises from Solomon's soul, and, with the reawakening of the body's powers, she returns to her place of material confinement, as before. Thus concludes Song 1. Song 2 continues until On My Bed at Nights, 3:1. The voice of my beloved. Behold, he approaches, leaping upon the mountains, skipping upon the hills. Verse 2:8. Several months had passed since the maiden had returned to confinement in the king's courtyard. The winter months gave way to spring, and the month of Ziv arrived, i.e., the second month of the Jewish calendar after Nisan. Her beloved descends from the mountains of Beitar and persuades her to come out with him. In order to escape, the maiden manages to send away her chaperones. She then joins her beloved in the vineyard path, staying with him there until the break of dawn. The maiden's entourage returns, and her lover rises and departs. In this verse, the song depicts how the maiden hears the voice of her beloved calling from afar. She senses his approach as he leaps from mountaintop to mountaintop, and then descends from the mountains to the hills. After the heavenly lover, the soul, had long since been confined again to the body, the cold months as well as part of spring had passed, and the month of Ziv arrived, i.e., Iyar, the second month of the Jewish calendar after Nisan. The beloved then returns to the maiden. This song reflects the second time God spoke to King Solomon. This prophetic experience took place at the inauguration of the building of the temple in the month of Ziv. This inspired state, however, was not outright prophecy, but only a fleeting divine insight. To depict this notion of transience, the song describes how the supernal beloved came of his own accord to his holy companion, for Solomon's soul had not yet prepared itself for prophecy. Thus, the maiden did not go all the way out to the wilderness, far from the city, meaning the body, but only to the vineyards, which are close to the city. Also, the daughters of Jerusalem, which are the body's faculties, separated from the maiden for only part of the day. During that time, they were preoccupied catching foxes that spoil the vineyards, which will be explained later. Then the daughters of materialism return, and the supernal beloved rises from Solomon's soul. The voice of my beloved. Behold, he approaches. The heavenly maiden hears the voice of the supernal beloved. Through the sound of his voice, she can tell that it is him approaching, for prophecy is grasped through a divine voice that is unmistakably identifiable. The prophet is acutely aware that it is God speaking. The song enumerates her beloved's approach in 5 stages, corresponding to 2 degrees of general divine oversight and 3 degrees of special, individualized providence, which continue in the next verse. 1. Leaping from mountaintop to mountaintop. The great mountains rise high above the earth, so that one standing upon them is uplifted from the material world. Leaping over mountains thus symbolizes how the divine presence totally transcends creation. 2. The beloved then jumps down from the mountaintops to the hills and descends to interact with the world. Song to my beloved is like a gazelle or a fawn of the hinds. Behold, he stands behind our wall. He gazes through the windows, peering through the lattice. Verse 2:9. Her beloved approaches like a gazelle or a fawn that leaps over the mountains and hills of Beitar. From there he comes closer, until he stands behind the wall. He comes closer still, until he gazes through the windows. Closer still, until he peers through, inclining his head through the lattice to see inside his lover's chamber. Peering meitzitz denotes budding tzitz, something that juts out. In his approach, my beloved is likened to a gazelle or a fawn of the hinds. The nature of these quick beasts is to return, even though they roam far from their place. Our sages teach that a gazelle, or deer, looks back when it runs. Similarly, from the first stage, from the place where God transcends the worlds, he looks back and his providence returns to the supernal, angelic minds. At the second stage, God resembles a hind or a ram that looks forward towards the world, yet his intent is to return to his place of origin. His oversight at this level is still not constant, as it is merely a general providence. 3. The song further characterizes the approach of the divine with the phrase, Behold, he stands behind our wall, to provide individualized providence, special care, and attention to the righteous. This additional, special care from on high occurs in 3 different degrees. The first level is where a. God gazes only upon the body to provide for its personal needs and sustenance, and to protect it from harm. In the parable, this is like standing behind a wall, only paying attention to the house's outer wall lest it fall or crumble, not upon the one who dwells inside. Similarly, at this level, God's care is directed toward the external aspect of the person, the body, which is likened to a house and its walls, ensuring its integrity and stability. 4. In God's further advance, the second level of divine individualized providence is reached, whereby b. He gazes upon the nefesh, the lowest part of the soul, which resides inside the house and its walls, meaning the body. In the parable, this is likened to gazing through the windows, to see those who live in the house. God gazes upon the soul to enlighten it with his truth. But this refers only to watching from afar, without closeness and an intimate bond, dibuk, like looking through a window to see the one who dwells in the house from afar, for the window separates them. In the parable, This is analogous to God sending help from above to sanctify and purify his creations, guiding them to recognize his wisdom and follow his paths. This reflects the principle that those who strive for purity are granted assistance from on high. 5. At the third level of individualized providence, c. The divine oversight cleaves to the one cared for, and God pours out his soul upon those who are devoted to him and sanctified, drawing them near to him. In the parable, this final stage is likened to peering through the lattice, extending one's head into the room and uniting with the one who lives inside. For then the head of the one peering in is actually inside the room. Similarly, God's glory resides within the chamber of the one he chooses, to embrace the soul with the kisses of his mouth and to prepare it to receive the Holy Spirit and the flow of prophecy. In this intimate bond, God speaks face to face with the soul, until she is drawn after him from her confinement and becomes a chariot to God's powerful presence. The sages liken the soul to a fertile field. Just as a field has the potential and readiness to bring forth the seed sown in it, so too the soul, when cultivated with the contemplation of the divine and actively engaged in fulfilling God's will, reveals the divine seeds within and yields sanctified fruit. See Malbim on Isaiah 28. Due to the soul's attachment to physical matter, intellectual comprehension is sometimes hindered, much like how our sensory impressions can be distorted. Since the soul is bound to the physical world, it inevitably perceives through the lens of materiality. See Rambam's Guide to the Perplexed, ch. 32. Consequently, we observe that the body's faculties, including sensory perceptions, are prone to fatigue and weariness. To address this, God instilled in living beings the natural processes of sleep and slumber, enabling them to rest from their activities, relax, and renew their strength. Through these restorative periods, they regain their energy and restore their vigor to its original state. This principle extends even to plants, which undergo fixed periods of dormancy to rejuvenate their vitality, a concept well established in botany. Thus, in the overall nature of the earth, which God established with his wisdom, we observe the cycles of summer and winter, heat and cold, all of which are essential for the earth's seeds and vegetation. After the harvest of grains or the gathering of fruit, when the earth has yielded its produce and the garden seeds have sprouted, the soil itself becomes weary and depleted. If summer were continuous and the earth produced fruit without pause, the fruits would be small, thin, and frail due to the weakened power of growth, drying out under the intense heat of summer. Therefore, the Creator established a natural law that, after the harvest, winter days and snowfall begin. During this time, all natural forces go dormant and retreat within, resting and refreshing their spent strength under the blankets of snow and ice, as if in a faint. Then, when spring arrives, the earth's powers awaken from their sleep, their strength renewed, ready to produce fruits and crops once again. The same principle applies to the soul's connection with the physical. When the soul brings forth its fruit, it blossoms like a rose and produces divine flowers, enabling it to behold visions of God. Its clusters of grapes ripen, leading to prophecy and the Holy Spirit. The soul then enters a state of faintness and slumber, resting within the body. This period is referred to as the soul's winter days, during which its powers are hidden and covered, like snow concealing the earth, until they are renewed and the divine sun shines upon them once more. After the winter passes, the earth naturally enters the rainy season. As the frost and ice are absorbed by the warmth of the air, vapors rise, and rain begins to fall. The atmosphere becomes hazy and darkened during this time, before the light of the sun fully emerges. This process is mirrored in the nature of the soul. After the soul's forces have rested and begin to awaken from their slumber, and after the thaw of its inner ice, the power of imagination begins to stir. However, at this stage, the soul's visions are still clouded, mixed with vaporous and dark thoughts, in contrast to the pure, higher light. Only after the clouds clear and thoughts are purified does the soul experience clarity, just as the rain eventually passes and the sun's light fully returns. In this sense, the supernal beloved tells his companion that the winter has now passed, and even the rain is over and gone. In the introduction to Guide to the Perplexed, Rambam writes that there are those for whom flashes of illumination occur repeatedly with brief intervals between them, making it seem as if they are in constant light. This represents the level of the greatest of the prophets, peace be upon him, i.e., Moshe Rabbeinu. Then there are others for whom the intervals between one flash and the next are longer, representing the level of most of the prophets. For times in his life, the divine flash illuminated Solomon's night, during which the sun of God's presence shone upon him, alluding to the 4 instances when the word of God came to him. However, between each of these revelations, he endured intervals akin to the cold dormancy of winter and snow, times marked by spiritual decline or distance. My beloved called and said to me, "Arise, my darling, my fair one, and come away." Verse 2:10, he first called to me, and then he said, "Arise and leave Solomon's chamber." First, he calls from afar, then he comes up close and tells me a specific message, for the spiritual height of divine speech is relative to the degree of preparation. First, he calls from afar, "Arise and prepare yourself for communication with the divine." Then he tells me, "Come away and leave the chambers of Solomon," which is the body. Until now, he called the maiden my darling, Rayati in Hebrew, also translated as companion, but now he adds, "my fair one," because the bond of companionship is a matter of choice, whereas love that stems from beauty is attributable to the person's inherent beauty. After the divine spirit had descended upon her once, he saw her and found her beautiful and worthy to dwell in his courtyards and to be sated by the goodness of his home. For the winter has now passed. The rain is over and done. Verse 2:11. The winter has already passed, and even the rains that come after the winter have ended. They have passed completely and are over and done. In the winter, when the soul slumbers, the divine seeds lie hidden, remaining dormant with potential. But now, as the season changes, the divine seeds, sown in the soul during times of spiritual rest, begin to reveal themselves and come to life, sprouting forth into the world. The divine soul has 2 dimensions. 1, the aspect of the soul that remains inseparable from the body throughout life, and 2, a transcendent dimension, itself comprised of 2 levels, Chaya and Yekada, which are granted from above based on one's deeds and sanctity. These transcendent aspects of the soul withdraw during the cold months when the soul hibernates. At the first level, the soul is like a songbird that remains silent during the cold months, yet does not stray from its territory. It dwells like a dove in the cleft of a rock. Similarly, when the soul is in a state of slumber and the mind is silent, it resides within the body but does not sing. The Beloved says that now, as the soul awakens from its slumber, the time of singing has arrived. This is the moment for the soul to sing the song of God and to be uplifted by the sweet melodies of prophecy and wisdom. He adds that the voice of the turtle dove, representing the transcendent levels of Chaya and Yekada, had until now distanced itself due to the spiritual winter, retreating to distant skies and heavenly abodes. Now, however, its voice is heard once again in our land. It has returned to dwell fully and openly among us, brought about by the awakening of the Holy Spirit. The blossoms appear on the earth, the time of singing has arrived, and the voice of the turtle dove is heard in our land. Verse 2:12. In fact, the shepherd continues, the warming earth has already begun to sprout vegetation. The time of singing has arrived, as the songbirds fill the days of spring with their melodies. Even the turtle dove has returned, and its voice is heard throughout our land. The turtle dove is a migrating bird, as it is said, even the turtle dove, the swallow, and the crane keep the appointed time of their arrival. Jeremiah 8 verse 7. They migrate to warmer lands in the autumn and do not return until the sun shines its healing rays. Now, with the warmth of spring, even the turtle dove has returned, and its voice is heard throughout our land. The fig tree gives forth its green figs, and the vines in bloom give off their fragrance. Arise, my darling, my fair one, and come away. Verse 2:13, the shepherd adds that even the fig tree's green fruits have ripened, as well as the vines. Arise, my darling, he tells her, for the month of Ziv has arrived, the time when trees flourish, Ziv Elilanot. Earlier he said, "Arise, my darling," 2:10, reassuring his lover that the harshness of winter has passed. Now, he repeats the call to arise because of the blessings that come with the arrival of spring and summer. There are two levels of holy seeds hidden within the soul. Some remain dormant. These are like seeds in winter that are buried in the earth, fully concealed and inactive but ready to sprout when the sun shines. Similarly, there are faculties of the soul that are completely hidden during the soul's deep slumber. There are also soul powers that are active and engaged. These are like fruit-bearing trees that, even during the winter, do not completely disappear. They cease producing and bearing fruit, but they remain in place. These soul powers do not vanish even during the soul's slumber. They simply do not bear fruit at that time. They sleep through winter, yet their holiness remains embedded within them. Even these active powers within the soul, which until now had not produced fruit, begin to bear fruit. The fig tree is a metaphor for the intellect and the ability to understand, described in the verse, "Pleasant words are sweet like honeycomb." Proverbs 16 verse 24. Vines symbolize spiritual readiness, attaining the state of mind required for prophecy, and the Holy Spirit, as explained above. Wine alludes to prophecy throughout Song of Songs. The intellectual faculties have now brought forth buds and blossoms, and are ready to bear fruit. Thus, the beloved tells the maiden, "Arise, my darling, and come out of the body to cleave to me." First he says, "Arise," because there is no longer any fear of harm. The winter has passed, and there is nothing that hinders the soul. Now he adds that she must go out, for everything is blooming and bearing fruit, and she is prepared for the great experience, the outpouring of God's Spirit upon her. The poet uses metaphors reflecting the time when this divine revelation occurred, during the month of Ziv in the 4th year of Solomon's reign, Kings ICH 6. He compares the natural growth that occurs in this month to the transformative impact that the revelation of God's splendor has on the soul and what it produces. "My dove in the clefts of the rock, hidden by the cliff, show me your face, let me hear your voice, for your voice is sweet and your face is attractive." Verse 2:14, seeing that the maiden followed him only as far as the vineyards and not to the wilderness, the shepherd understands that she is unable to leave the city limits. He compares her to a dove hidden in the clefts of a rock during winter, unable to sing. She is concealed by the cliff, hiding herself from view and silencing her voice to remain unheard. The shepherd requests of the maiden, "Show me your face and let me hear your song, for your voice is sweet." Here he intimates to his lover, "If you won't go out to the wilderness, at least come out of hiding so I may see you and hear your voice." This divine communication, as explained in the introduction, was not an outright prophecy experienced through vision and revelation. Rather, it was a prophetic insight where the soul did not entirely leave the body. The beloved, therefore, compares the soul here to a dove hidden in the clefts of the rock, emphasizing that it remained clothed within the body. This is the message God communicated to Solomon at that time. "With regard to this temple you are building, if you follow my statutes and observe my rules and faithfully keep all my commandments, I will fulfill for you the promise that I gave to your father, David. I will dwell among the children of Israel, and I will never forsake my people Israel." Kings I 6:12-13. The key difference between this message and the first prophecy given to Solomon in his dream at Gibeon is that in the first instance, Solomon requested and received wisdom and an understanding heart. In this divine communication, Solomon was admonished to observe the commandments. While the first prophecy enriched Solomon's analytical mind with wisdom and understanding, this message infused his practical intellect with fear and love of God. The analytical and practical aspects of the mind are interdependent, as expressed in the saying, "Without fear, there is no wisdom. Without wisdom, there is no fear." This relationship is mutually dependent because wisdom precedes fear in the order of cause, as an ignorant person cannot be pious. Therefore, one must first use the analytical intellect to understand whom to fear and to comprehend the laws by which a person should live. However, in terms of purpose, fear comes before wisdom, as the goal of wisdom is to cultivate the fear of God, as it is said, The ultimate purpose of wisdom is repentance and good deeds. Since the first prophecy imparted to Solomon wisdom and knowledge, das, the ability to connect with and stay focused on ideas, this subsequent divine communication came as a warning to ensure he would maintain the fear of God and adhere to his commandments, which is the ultimate goal of wisdom. Show me your face. Let me hear your voice. The soul's countenance, its face, alludes to the investigative aspect of the mind, sechel ha-uni, while its voice signifies the practical mind. That is, the soul's face, which reflects its essence, is the intellect. For this reason, it is referred to as the intellectual soul. Through the investigative mind, the soul reveals her countenance, evaluating things as they truly are and distinguishing between truth and falsehood. The practical mind, on the other hand, judges things as they ought to be, determining what actions to take or to avoid, distinguishing between good and evil. This represents the voice of the soul, for through her voice, the soul directs the faculties of the body and warns them concerning good and evil, God's commandments and sin. Thus, it is through the voice that a person expresses their will, while the face reveals one's essence, character, and nature. God said to Solomon's soul, "Now you are trapped in the clefts of the rock, hiding your countenance and remaining silent in the cliff, without making your voice heard. Show me your face, by applying the wisdom I imparted to you in the first prophecy, using the depth of your investigative mind. Let me, also, hear your voice by commanding the powers of your body to observe my commandments and statutes with your practical mind, as emphasized in this divine communication." Therefore, God first said, "Show me your face," as this comes first in time, being the focus of the initial prophecy. However, when addressing their relative importance, your voice is sweet is mentioned before, your face is attractive, emphasizing that fear precedes wisdom in significance, as it is the ultimate goal. Catch for us the foxes, the little foxes that spoil vineyards, and our vineyards are in bloom. Verse 2:15. The song now recounts how the maiden managed to unite with her beloved. Since the daughters of Jerusalem were there as her chaperones, they only ventured as far as the vineyards, remaining close to the city. How then could the lovers find seclusion? Wouldn't her entourage make that impossible? In order to create an opportunity to meet, the maiden sends her guardians away to catch foxes, telling them, "Catch for us the foxes. The little foxes that roam the vineyards are spoiling them. Our vineyards are in bloom. Catch them so they don't ruin it." While the young ladies go to hunt the foxes, she remains alone with her beloved, as she goes on to say in the next verse, "My beloved is mine," etc. This scene echoes the story of Samson, whose betrothed was given to another man, and the Philistines ignored the injustice. In retaliation, Samson caught 300 foxes and set them loose to destroy their vineyards. Similarly, these foxes came to spoil the vineyard, and the maiden laments being taken from her beloved, the man she was betrothed to. Thus, in order to create a diversion, she commands the ladies, "Go out and catch the foxes." In this divine communication, the maiden did not distance herself from the city, indicating that Solomon's soul did not fully depart from the body. This hesitation stems from the fact that it was not a complete prophecy. This verse describes how Solomon's soul connected with her supernal beloved while still within the body and how the body's faculties and powers did not disrupt this union. Here Solomon's soul directs the powers of the body to catch the little foxes that spoil the vineyards. Foxes symbolize the imagination, as their distinctive cunning among animals is driven by their heightened imagination, enabling them to be creative and shrewd. When prophecy is incomplete and the soul has not fully departed from the body, the visions that arise are intertwined with the grasp of the mind and influenced by the power of imagination. The divine communication thus takes form visually by mixing into the prophet's imagination, as suggested by the phrase, "Through the prophet's parables I assumed likenesses," Hosea 12 verse 11. While the faculties of the body are engaged with the images and shapes of the imagination, the intellect extracts pure understanding from them, achieving this through the divine flow of inspiration bestowed upon it. It attains insight through the Spirit of the Lord resting upon it. This stage of the prophetic process is depicted as the maiden sending her chaperones, the body's sensibilities, to catch the foxes. This refers to engaging with the imagination, which generates visions and fantasies. From these sensory and material perceptions, the intellect extracts clear prophetic understanding, enabling the soul to unite with her beloved. Thus, the maiden perceives the arrival of her supernal beloved, hearing his voice and seeing him leap over the mountains like a gazelle or a young hart, as imagery generated by her imagination, owing to its role in this prophetic experience. Since the imagination, represented by foxes, plays a role in the prophetic process, why does the maiden complain about them, saying, "The little foxes that spoil vineyards, and our vineyards are in bloom"? Prophecy, throughout Song of Songs, is likened to wine, symbolizing the joy of the soul in understanding. Now, the first divine communication, he brought me to the banquet house. Sustain me with goblets of wine. 2:4-5 was outright prophecy, as the soul separated from materialism and its agents, and the power of imagination did not mix with it. Thus, she drank the wine preserved in its grapes. However, in this divine communication, which was not outright prophecy, the soul did not drink wine. Rather, the experience is likened to vineyards, from which wine is produced. This serves as a metaphor for a preliminary stage or preparation for prophecy and the presence of the Holy Spirit, much like a vineyard is the preparation for wine. But even this gateway to prophecy was not yet full or complete. Thus, the vision depicts a vineyard that was merely blossoming, with its clusters not yet ripened. The body's faculties are tasked with catching the foxes, which represents the imagination. Since the vineyard is still in bloom, indicating that the prophecy is not fully developed, these imaginative elements are abundant. As a result, they spoil the vineyard by corrupting the prophecy, dimming its light and blending authentic divine visions with fantasy. Therefore, the material faculties must restrain the images of the imagination so that, in the meantime, the soul may unite with her supernal beloved, to behold the pleasantness of the Lord and to hear his holy words. Just as Samson sent foxes to destroy the vineyards of the Philistines in retaliation for his fiancée being given to another man, so too the foxes, symbolizing the forces of imagination, spoil the vineyard of prophecy. This happens when the soul becomes entangled with materialism, embodied by King Solomon. This entanglement hinders the soul from fully breaking free of material concerns and connecting with her supernal beloved, blessed be he. My beloved is mine, and I am his, who shepherds among the roses. Verse 2:16. While the daughters of Jerusalem are off hunting foxes, the maiden joins with her beloved, who shepherds among the roses, for he brought her fragrant roses to remember his love for her. While the materialistic faculties are engaged with imaginative visions, the soul unites with her beloved. But since the prophetic experience here originates from on high rather than from the soul's initiative and preparation, it first states, "My beloved is mine," and only afterward, "and I am his, who shepherds among the roses." When God tends to the physical bodies, sustaining and nourishing them, he is likened to a shepherd who provides the comfort of bread, water, and lush grass for his flock. But when he nourishes souls through prophecy and enlightens them with his truth, he is likened to one who shepherds by means of fragrant roses, signifying a spiritual nourishment that invigorates minds and souls. Until daybreak and the shadows flee, turn, my beloved, and be like a gazelle or a young hart upon the mountains of Beitar. Verse 2:17. This loving union continues until the heat of the day takes hold and the shadows flee, at which time the daughters of Jerusalem return from their hunt in the vineyards. The young ladies abandoned the hunt at that time as they could not endure the heat of the sun. The maiden tells her lover, "Turn, my beloved, away from here, so the young ladies shall not find you. But be like a gazelle that always returns to its place. Return to me like that time and again." Song 2 thus concludes with the shepherd's return to the mountains of Beitar. This prophetic connection is fleeting, lasting only until the heat of the day sets in, a metaphor for the moment when materialism and habitual patterns reassert their dominance. At that point, the body grows weary from the intensity of attempting to derive understanding through imagination. At that time, the shadows flee. As the body and its natural inclinations awaken, attention shifts back to the physical world's concerns and needs, causing the visions born of imagination to dissipate. With the departure of the supernal beloved, divine communication ends, and the body's faculties return to their earthly tasks. Like a gazelle, returning to its dwelling place, God revisits Solomon's soul repeatedly, whenever it is prepared for deeper understanding. Thus, the supernal beloved returns to his holy abode, bringing Song 2 to its conclusion. Chapter 3, Song 3. On my bed at nights, I sought the one my soul loves. I sought him, but did not find him. Verse 3:1. Song 3 takes place many days after the maiden had returned to confinement in Solomon's chambers. She lies in bed at night reminiscing about her lover and his affection. Eventually, she decides to get out of bed and venture into the city to search for him. Despite her efforts, she does not find him there, so she leaves the city and discovers him in the wilderness. Beyond the city limits, the maiden finds and reunites with her beloved. However, her chaperones, the daughters of Jerusalem, eventually track her down. Despite the breach of privacy, the lovers' connection remains strong, and her beloved continues to speak to her uninhibitedly with terms of endearment and affection. Song 3 continues until I sleep, but my heart is awake. 5:2. On my bed at nights, etc. Here the narrative tells how the maiden leaves Solomon's bedchamber and how, even after the lovers are discovered, the daughters of Jerusalem do not interfere. As she lies on her bed night after night, the maiden begins sifting through memories of her beloved. She yearns for him and hopes to hear from him, but he does not come. Song 3 describes the long-awaited reunion of the lovers. For many days, the divine maiden, symbolizing the soul, remained enclosed within the body. Eventually, she looks back and reminiscences about her beloved in heaven. Very much affected in her reveries, the maiden decides to rise from bed, from mundane, material concerns, and diligently seek out God, yearning to reconnect with him. However, the soul fails to find her beloved until she goes out of the city to the wilderness, meaning until she completely divests herself of her body to join with God and experience divine holiness. This song was inspired by the prophecy that took place in the 11th year of King Solomon's reign, marking the completion of the construction of God's holy temple. Solomon inaugurated the temple with abundant prayers, supplications, and numerous sacrifices. See Kings ICH 8 and Chronicles 2:4. On that occasion, God appeared to King Solomon in outright prophecy as he had appeared to him in Gibeon. Solomon was privy then to a lengthy divine communication, filled with love and affection. This prophecy made a lasting impression on King Solomon. Even after his worldly faculties had returned enough to subdue this spiritual union, God's Spirit continued to cleave to his soul. The longevity of Solomon's divine inspiration is attributable to his building the holy temple, wherein which the Lord said he would dwell in the cover of thick clouds. See Kings I 8:12. That is, through the holy temple, even the darkness of the physical plane accommodates the divine presence. The narrative tells how the soul sheds the body and how the daughters of Jerusalem, the forces of materialism, could not extinguish Solomon's holiness and his cleaving to God, even after his senses and faculties had returned to normal. Song 3 continues until I sleep, but my heart is awake. 5:2. On my bed at nights, etc. Here the maiden, the soul of Solomon, begins to entertain reveries of her supernal beloved, seeking him while lying in her bed at nights. Leading up to this divine revelation, Solomon would spiritually prepare himself each night to endeavor to attain prophecy, i.e., after he had first approached God throughout the day by means of prayer and sacrificial offerings. Regarding Solomon's diligent quest for prophecy, the verse says, "On my bed, at nights," in the plural, as he persisted night after night in this spiritual quest. But despite his consistent efforts, Solomon did not find him. He did not achieve prophecy during that period. That is, after the 14 days of inaugurating the holy temple had passed, during which time Solomon offered an abundance of prayers and sacrifices to God. The word of God had still not appeared to him. I shall rise now and roam the city, the marketplaces and the streets. I will seek the one my soul loves. I sought him, but did not find him. Verse 3:2. The maiden then rises from her bed and goes to seek her beloved in the city. From there she goes to the marketplaces and the streets. But despite her tireless search, she does not find him. The maiden rises from her bed and roams the city to find her beloved, searching even the marketplaces and the streets, but she does not find him. The city of Jerusalem is a metaphor for the collective abilities of the body. All the city's inhabitants, meaning all the body's faculties, have their own private dwellings and homes, meaning their unique association with a particular limb or part of the body. A city is made up of people with different abilities. There is one who is wise, intelligent, someone who is knowledgeable, an artist, a thinker, a protector, and one blessed with a good memory. Each of these individuals represents a different faculty or power: wisdom, understanding, knowledge, creativity, critical thinking, protection, and memory. The people of the city also possess sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch, all five senses. These senses stem from the intellectual soul located in the brain and extend to various parts of the body. Also contained within a city are those who experience jealousy, pride, cruelty, strength, bravery, humility, compassion, and shame. These traits are connected to the animating, vitalizing spirit that dwells in the heart. In addition, the city's residents eat and chew food and clear away waste. These correspond to nourishing, digestion, and excretion. The source of these bodily functions is the vegetative soul, residing in the liver, but each physical capability and function manifests and operates in its own designated location. Now, in a city, there is a marketplace and a busy street where all the citizens come together to trade goods and interact. Similarly, our bodies have their own internal marketplace and streets, representing our different faculties. For instance, our minds gather visual, auditory, olfactory, gustatory, and tactile perceptions. There is also the power to react with emotion, which is the gathering place of the proud, the jealous, bold people, humble, compassionate, the mighty, and the gentle-hearted. There is also the power of desire, which stimulates us to eat and drink, to chew and break down food, etc. The allegory thus depicts here how the maiden, the soul of Solomon, goes out to seek her supernal beloved. She roams the city, for she endeavors to achieve this great divine awareness through the medium of her bodily faculties. She even passes through the markets and streets, meaning the body systems, but still she does not find him. The fact is that God cannot be attained or grasped through materialistic agents. The soul simply does not cleave to spirituality while still in the city, which is the body. This is the case even though the soul leaves the confines of the body's chambers, but still engages its general systems, which are the markets and streets. It is impossible for the soul to experience prophecy while she has not yet ventured outside the city and has not completely abandoned materialism. The watchmen found me as they made their rounds in the city. Have you seen the one my soul loves? Verse 3:3. As the maiden makes her way out of the city, towards the watchmen standing guard at the city gates, she inquires of them if they have seen the one her soul loves. Driven by a deep longing to find her beloved, the maiden ventures beyond the city. This symbolizes the soul's effort to detach from materiality, leaving behind worldly influences and concern for the body's systems. At this stage, the soul transcends even the faculties of emotion and imagination, moving towards a state of pure spirituality. The soul's journey continues until she encounters the watchmen as they make their rounds in the city. The patrolling watchmen find her at the city limits. If the soul crosses this final boundary, it is analogous to the soul being on the verge of leaving the body altogether. There, at the city limits, she inquires about the love of her life, the supernal beloved. Scarcely had I passed them when I found the one my soul loves. I held him and would not let him go until I had brought him into my mother's house and into the chamber where I was conceived. Verse 3:4. Scarcely had she passed the watchman to venture beyond the city limits when she is thrilled to find her beloved. The maiden resolves that she will not leave her beloved until she brings him to her mother's house. There he will finally be with her in a fixed place, no longer leaping upon the mountains of Bedar. Scarcely had I passed the watchman, for she had not fully cleared the zone. Had she journeyed beyond that final frontier, King Solomon's soul would have left his body and died by a divine kiss. The soul stands on the threshold, closer to the higher, spiritual realms and far from the city, which is the body, beyond the city limits. The soul now departs and separates from the body's faculties. Then, with the nullification of the body's faculties, Solomon's soul finds the one she loves, and prophecy falls upon her. At this point, hardly any presence of the soul remains in the body. The phrase, "I held him," indicates that the heavenly bride resolved to not let go of her beloved until she brings him to her mother's house. That is, on previous occasions, after the prophecy ended, the exalted beloved returned to his holy dwelling in the heavens. Since the temple had not yet been built, there was no place for the divine presence to dwell in the physical dimension on a permanent basis. But after the temple was built, God's glory began to reside among the children of Israel, as it is said, "I have now built for you a heavenly abode, a place where you may dwell forever." Kings 8:13. Through the intermediary of the holy temple, God's Holy Spirit cleaves to those who build it. Indeed, that was the main intention in constructing the temple, as it is written, "Make for me a sanctuary that I shall dwell among them." Exodus 25 verse 8. Therefore, King Solomon's soul said that now she would not let go of her beloved until she has brought him to my mother's house, which is the body, and into the chamber where I was conceived, which is the Holy of Holies, upon the wings of the cherubs. I adjure you, O daughters of Jerusalem, by the gazelles or by the hinds of the field, that you do not meddle in this love, nor stir it up. Just allow the desire. Verse 3:5. Meanwhile, the daughters of Jerusalem catch up to the maiden, and again she adjures them not to meddle in their love. See 2:7. Meanwhile, the forces of the body awaken from the trance of prophecy, and she adjures them not to meddle in their love, as explained above. 2:7. Who is this coming up from the wilderness like pillars of smoke, perfumed with myrrh and frankincense, of all the powders of the merchant? Verse 3:6. The narrative shifts here to describe the maiden's chaperoned return from the wilderness to the palace. Who is this coming up? Behold the bedchamber of Solomon. Those who see the maiden wonder how she managed to flee at night from Solomon's bed, and how Solomon's mighty men, the bedchamber's guardians, failed to detain her. Solomon's bed was guarded and surrounded by 60 warriors, each of whom was armed with a sword and trained for battle. All of them hold swords, experts in war. 3:8. How was it possible for her to escape to the wilderness? Did the warriors not confront her as she left Solomon's bedchamber? To answer this, the guardians are described as each with his sword upon his thigh. 3:8. These mighty warriors were unable to draw their weapons before her. Their swords returned to their sheaths and remained belted at their hips. The reason for this is because of fear in the nights. The terror of the night had fallen upon them. There they were stricken with terror. Psalms 14 verse 5. The guards became paralyzed with fear until the maiden passed by without hindrance. The phrase, like pillars of smoke, depicts how the maiden became scented with a plenitude of spices from her beloved, who is rich with spices and delicacies, as it is written, "For your oils have a pleasing fragrance. Your name is like poured oil. Therefore maidens love you." Above 1:3. And my beloved is to me a cluster of henna blossoms in the vineyards of En-Gedi. 1:14. Her fragrance is so prominent that it is described as having crystallized, like smoke has substance. Thus, the maiden is described as being perfumed with myrrh and frankincense, etc. Who is this coming up from the wilderness? One asks, astonished by how the soul managed to separate from the body and flee from Solomon's bed on the night of his prophetic vision. How did the soul escape the body, which lay in deep sleep upon Solomon's bed, to encounter the divine spirit in the wilderness, effectively departing from the city, which symbolizes leaving the physical realm? Solomon's soul ventures into the wilderness, distancing herself from the city, which symbolizes the body, and begins to ascend the ladder of spiritual heights. The wilderness represents the spiritual realm, far removed from the physical world, represented by the city and its inhabitants. Due to the restrictive nature of physical matter and the body, it is a great wonder how this could happen. How did the soul bypass the 60 armed warriors and escape the confines of Solomon's earthly palace? Coming up like pillars of smoke. Smoke is produced when fire separates the light components of fuel from the heavy element of earth. The fire elevates the subtle and spiritual particles, while the element of earth becomes ash and remains below. Similarly, through the divine fire and the flame of love for God burning in one's heart, the spiritual soul is uplifted from its earthly nature and ascends like smoke, cleaving to the consuming fire. The maiden is described as being perfumed with myrrh and frankincense, indicating that the cloud of incense arises from scented particles, separated from the fragrant substance by the element of fire. Unlike smoke, which results from burning, incense comes from moist or fragrant particles heated by fire. It is as if a cloud of myrrh and frankincense emerges from her burning love and divine fire. Above we have explained 113 that myrrh is musk, which is the fragrant blood of deer in India. It is symbolic of the fragrant and choicest parts of the vitalizing soul. And frankincense is the scented parts of frankincense trees, representing the finest aspects of the vegetative soul. As the soul ascends, the spirituality embedded within the vitalizing and vegetative souls is also uplifted. In this way, through the great fire that refines and removes impurities, the soul performs the work of alchemy, returning even the lower human functions to the realm of holiness. The soul also takes with her of all the powders of the merchant, symbolizing the various qualities of the soul. These qualities are purified to emit a pleasant scent, having diminished and separated from them their earthiness and their subjugation to the body. As a result, they all become holy and spiritual. But how could such a departure have taken place when the bedchamber was so heavily guarded? Behold, the bedchamber of Solomon. 60 warriors are posted around it, of the warriors of Israel. Verse 3:7, the body, within which the soul rests, is referred to as the bed of Solomon, resembling an iron cradle to ensure the soul remains connected to it throughout life. This bed is protected by 60 warriors, symbolizing the parts of the body, each serving as a guard to preserve this vital connection. There are actually a total of 248 distinct parts of the body, but they are divided into groups of 60 as follows. 120 equals 2 times 60 are the number of external body parts, enumerated in Ohelet 9:1, 30 of the leg on each side, and 30 of the arm on each side. 60 equals and 60 limbs are more internal but still considered external compared to those that follow. They are 10 in the torso, 2 in the thigh, 5 in the knee, 1 in the thigh, 3 in the calf, 2 in the shin, 2 in the elbow, 1 in the arm, and 4 in the shoulder. The sum is 30 on each side, totaling 60. 68 equals and 68 body parts comprise the principal structure of the body, and they are 22 ribs on each side, the 18 vertebrae of the spine, 9 in the head, 8 in the neck, 6 at the chest opening, and 5 in its orifices. The count is thus, for the most part, grouped into 60s, which is the dominant number here. These 60 parts of the body are likened to warriors that guard the soul, preventing it from descending from the bed, which represents the body. These warriors are the mighty men of Israel, Yisrael, which divides into the words Yasher-El, a name given to Jacob after he overpowered the guardian angel of his brother Esau. Just as Israel confronted the angel directly, Yasher, prevailing and triumphing over this spiritual force, these mighty warriors prevail over the divine soul, declaring, "I will not let you go," and refusing to let her separate from them, the 60 parts of the body. All of them hold swords, experts in war. Each man has a sword upon his thigh because of fear in the nights. Verse 3:8, all of them hold swords. These warriors overpower the soul with their naturally superior strength. Just as a warrior grips a sword and triumphs through sheer force, so too does the body's compelling pull make it nearly impossible for the soul to break free or separate from it. experts in war. Moreover, the 60 parts of the body are in constant battle with spirituality. Like seasoned soldiers with extensive combat experience, they have the advantage of expertise and strategy, plotting to overwhelm the soul and drag it into materialism. Facing such powerful obstacles, the question is strengthened. Who is this coming up from the wilderness? How did the soul manage to rise from its bed and just leave the body? The answer is, each man has a sword upon his thigh because of fear in the nights. That is, the freeing of the soul is achieved through the altered state of the body during prophecy, which brings fear and dread upon its limbs. When the divine spirit descends upon prophets, they are seized by great fear. Their limbs give way, their sensibilities become disordered, and their posture crumbles and collapses, as it is written, "Fear and trembling came upon me, causing all my bones to quake with fright." Job 4 verse 14. See Rambam's Foundations of the Torah. Due to the impact of prophecy on the body, their swords return to be sheathed on their thighs. In other words, the inspired state of prophecy overpowers the natural compulsion towards the body and the cumulative impact of immersion in materialism. As a result, the guards could not prevent the heavenly maiden, the soul, from departing. Each man has his sword upon his thigh. In this enhanced spiritual state, the influence of materialism is confined to the thigh, an extremity of the body associated with the reproductive organs. In the story in Genesis, Jacob's thigh was injured by the angel he wrestled with, as it is written, and he touched the hollow of his thigh. This part of Jacob had not fully transcended materiality, symbolizing a vulnerability to physical and spiritual harm due to its connection to the corporeal realm. See Zohar Vaishlach 170a. King Solomon made himself a palanquin from the trees of Lebanon. Verse 3:9. After describing how the maiden escaped the armed guards surrounding her bedchamber, now the story addresses another wonder. Where were the maiden's guardians, the daughters of Jerusalem? How did they allow her to go out to her lover? And not only that, but even upon her return from the wilderness, her beloved continues to meet with her. Until now, the maiden was regarded by King Solomon as a concubine, and she was held and guarded by the daughters of Jerusalem, like a rose among thorns. But at this point in the narrative, the king decides to marry the maiden, to make her his bride and betrothed. Now, in those days, affluent grooms on their wedding day would provide their brides with an elegant carriage to get around in, and to enhance their dignity and honor. In this spirit, King Solomon made for himself a palanquin, a royal carriage, to be used by the maiden until they marry under the canopy. As you would expect of a king with unparalleled wealth, this palanquin was made with resplendent beauty. Its structure was built with lumber from the trees of Lebanon. Now the tale responds to the question of how the daughters of Jerusalem allowed the maiden to distance herself so much from them. In other words, how did Solomon's soul successfully shrug off the material forces and leave them behind at such a distance, enough to be left alone, secluded with her beloved, with God? In fact, even after this prophetic vision, Solomon's soul continued to cleave to God. For an extended period, the king continued to behold visions with the Holy Spirit and adhere to spirituality. Solomon's spiritual vision lasted all the way until his old age, at which point his materialistic wives led his heart astray, erecting monolithic altars to celebrate physical desires. To answer how the maiden slipped away from her entourage, the daughters of Jerusalem, the story tells of how King Solomon made for her a palanquin, a royal carriage. That is, Solomon decided to crown the maiden, his divine soul, so she would no longer serve as a concubine, devoted to satisfying the desires and pleasures of the body, and to be subjected to his command. He now intended the maiden to luxuriously sit as a bride in a palanquin, and to be as a woman who rules from within the palace, and as a queen who governs and commands over the daughters of Jerusalem, the body's faculties. And the king, who represents the natural instincts and the susceptibility to be seduced by desire, enters the maiden's glorious place. Symbolically, the palanquin refers to the temple that Solomon built. The form of the Holy Temple in Jerusalem is itself highly symbolic. The way it is structured and the way its space is divided, with its chambers and halls, reflects the three parts of the soul. Each part of the soul connects to a different aspect of the physical body, as will be explained. All the acts and services performed in the temple were intended to elevate physical things to God. Indeed, uplifting the physical through offering sacrifices is the most central and fundamental purpose of the Holy Temple. The souls of animals were elevated through animal sacrifices, the souls of plants through meal offerings and wine libations, and the spirituality of inanimate substances through the inclusion of salt with the sacrifices, as well as the water libations on the holiday of Sukkot. The spiritual elevation is accomplished through heavenly fire, which separates and uplifts what is worthy, including the soul of the person bringing the sacrifice. This worthiness is attained when the individual dedicates their soul to God by focusing their thoughts and intent entirely on Him during the process. All the services performed in the tabernacle, including the sacrifices and their spiritual intentions, kavanah, were carried out through physical, material actions, with bodies offering, i.e., the person bringing the sacrifice, and bodies being offered, i.e., the sacrifice itself. In this way, King Solomon, representing the body and its faculties, came to the canopied palanquin of the soul, rightfully betrothing her in the service to God, to marry and conceive blessed offspring. All the faculties of the body, through their physical actions, are thus drawn after the heavenly bride, who reigns over them. This is why they are now called by the name King Solomon, and not simply the king, as will be explained. The temple was thus designed to uplift the body to become spiritual and to engage one's thoughts in divine matters. As a result, even the material aspects, symbolized by King Solomon and his deeds, become permeated with divine intelligence. In the Holy Temple, physical materials sturdier than human flesh and bone serve as a medium through which souls become a chariot for the divine presence. Similarly, King Solomon crafted the palanquin from the cedars of Lebanon, using wood that is not only stronger than the bodies of animals, but also possesses a simpler and more refined composition, as previously discussed regarding the beams of our house are cedars. 117. Its posts he made of silver, its base of gold, its seat of purple, its interior lovingly inlaid by the daughters of Jerusalem. Verse 310. Its posts he made of silver, etc. Who sits in this glorious carriage? The verse offers a hint with the words, lovingly inlaid, Ratzif Ahava, by the daughters of Jerusalem. Their fiery love resides within it, as Ratzif has the connotation of ember. See Isaiah 6 verse 6. That is, all the love of the beautiful young ladies and all the daughters of Jerusalem gather there. Yet, the king's love for his bride, the maiden, rivals the love of all the charming maidens combined. Here the song describes the structure and design of the palanquin, symbolizing the Holy Temple. Its three sections correspond to the three parts of the body, which serve as sanctuaries for the three, revealed, dimensions of the soul. That is, a person is made up of a soul and a body. The soul forms the core identity, while the body, with its limbs and organs, acts as the soul's garments. The body, a miniature world in itself, is divided into three sections: the digestive, circulatory, and nervous systems. Each section of the body houses a different dimension of the soul. The first and lowest level is the natural, vegetative soul, which invests itself within the lower part of the human body, the abdominal chambers. From the chest and below is its domain, which contains all the resources with which it serves its function, bringing the human body to grow and flourish. This first level consists of the stomach, liver, intestines, and the digestive tract. These organs digest the food and distribute nutrients to all the limbs and organs, each according to its need. The bodily functions governing this system include ingestion, chewing, swallowing, retention, stomach, digestion, intestines, and the excretion of waste. In the upper torso, above the diaphragm that separates the upper and lower parts of the internal organs, is the heart, from which life flows. That is the place where the vitalizing soul resides. Above the torso is the head, which is the domain of the intellectual soul, described in the verse, built for you, a stately house, a place where you may dwell forever. Kings I 8:13. For a thorough understanding of the soul, it is important to recognize two additional transcendent dimensions that were overlooked by the natural philosophers. One is the divine soul, which emanates from the glory of the divine essence, from the realm of the divine throne. This dimension of consciousness is higher than the intellectual soul. Our sages refer to it as the living soul, Chaya, because it is eternally bound to the life of the Lord, its God. This aspect of the soul is engaged when God's statutes and Torah are observed. Higher still is the precious soul that was bestowed upon the prophets from the world of emanation, Atzilut. This soul is called singularity, Yekada, because its source lies in complete unity with the singular one, and it remains united with him. When this level of the soul is reached, one is elevated above the masses. This enlightened individual becomes governed entirely by divinity, seeing without eyes, hearing without ears, and walking in the king's palace to marvel at wonders and perform awe-inspiring deeds. At this divine height, the righteous rule with the fear of God. The collective souls of the Jewish people unite through the holy temple to form a chariot for God's presence. In this sacred space, all dimensions of the soul gather and stand as one. This unity represents the souls of the entire house of Israel as if they were the soul of a single individual, encompassing all aspects of a person. Thus, it is essential for them to come together in the holy temple, forming a collective body for this unified spiritual stature, reflecting everything found within the body of an individual. A person's body serves as a garment for spiritual forces, with its limbs, organs, and functions acting as an interface for the soul's faculties, thus enabling the soul to engage with the physical world. Similarly, the Holy Temple, symbolized by the palanquin made by King Solomon, contains all the garments that clothe the collective person, the general soul, including within it all the faculties and parts found within an individual person. The Holy Temple thus consisted of three fundamental components: the sanctuary, the Holy of Holies, and an entrance hall preceding the sanctuary. Together, these three are referred to as the temple. Additionally, a partition must be constructed around the temple, set slightly apart, resembling the curtains that surrounded the courtyard of the sanctuary in the desert. Rambam, Laws of the Chosen House 1:5. This is also what the poet meant here by saying, "Its posts he made of silver," which the Midrash interprets as follows. Its posts he made of silver refers to the pillars of the courtyard. Its base of gold refers to the vertical wooden planks of the tabernacle, and its seat of purple refers to the curtain before the Holy of Holies. The temple courtyard corresponds to the natural, vegetative soul, whose domain is the stomach and the abdominal chambers that digest food and expel waste. Similarly, there was an altar on the temple grounds, where spiritual nourishment, the bread of God, was constantly burned and consumed. There were also pails for removing ashes, as well as shovels and fire pans. An astute observer can see how these resemble the functions of the stomach in every respect. Thus, it is said of the palanquin, "Its posts he made of silver," referring to the courtyard of the tabernacle. The courtyard was surrounded by posts rather than the wooden planks of the sanctuary, as the corresponding organs protected in this area are not as significant. Instead, they simply stand upright, like a tree planted by streams of water. The posts were, therefore, made of silver, which is less precious than gold. The sanctuary proper, which is the middle partition, corresponds to the domain of the vitalizing soul. Its features are, therefore, designated for higher functions. To begin with, in the sanctuary was the incense altar, whose fragrance evinces spiritual joy. It is analogous to, after digesting nutrients in the stomach and intestines, the second stage of processing that occurs in the heart, which is entirely spiritual and ethereal. Also within the sanctuary was the candelabra. Lighting the 7 lamps of the candelabra corresponds to the function of the 7 lobes of the lung, which fans the heart and ignites the spirit of life. The sanctuary was surrounded by thick wooden planks, as this vital function requires greater protection. These planks were covered in gold, which is stronger and more valuable than silver. Thus, it is said of the palanquin, "Its base of gold," because it serves as the support and foundation for the intellectual soul. Beyond the sanctuary was the Holy of Holies, which corresponds to the faculties of the intellectual soul. There stood the ark, which contained the 2 tablets of stone, engraved with the 10 Commandments. This was where Moses' precious gift was kept, and the Torah of the collective mind was concealed. The ark served as a chariot for the divine presence, which rested upon it. A purple partition distinguished the Holy of Holies from the rest of the sanctuary. This part of the holy temple corresponds to the seat of the palanquin, as it says, its seat of purple. Upon the ark were 2 cherubs, symbolizing the 2 transcendent dimensions of the soul, Chaya and Yekada. Between them, the supernal beloved resides and reclines with his maiden, the collective bride, whom this sacred song exalts. The verse then describes how the interior was lovingly inlaid by the daughters of Jerusalem. The term lovingly refers to the flame, a heavenly fire that rested like a lion, consuming all the offerings. This fire represents the love gathered from the daughters of Jerusalem, symbolizing the physical forces, refined and transformed into love for God. These forces are drawn from the souls of the finest inanimate, plant, and animal sacrifices, along with the human element of intent and mindfulness in offering them on the altar of God. Thus, they are received with divine favor and their spiritual energy is uplifted in the fire. This elevation occurs through the exalted maiden, the divine soul, who unites there with her beloved. Her love encompasses the daughters of Jerusalem, representing the refined physical forces and faculties, drawing them to share in her love for her beloved. King Solomon also resides within the palanquin he constructed for this divine maiden, who now reigns as queen. Before her, all bow in reverence. Through her and on her behalf, they serve the King of Glory, who resides with her. He is, therefore, referred to here as King Solomon, 3:9, and not merely as king, because king symbolizes the old and foolish king, who rules over the body and its inclinations. In contrast, King Solomon, Hamelech Shlomo, alludes to the state of peace and harmony, shalom, between the soul and the body, achieved by subduing the natural inclination and its faculties and bringing them under the governance of the soul. Go forth and look, O daughters of Zion, at King Solomon, with the crown with which his mother crowned him on his wedding day and on the day of the gladness of his heart. Verse 3:11, the maiden found a pretext to send the daughters of Zion away from her. She calls them daughters of Zion, for she was now granted maidens from the precious and noble daughters of Zion. She tells them to take their leave from her to see the crown the king's mother crowned King Solomon with on his wedding day. As they go out to see the spectacle and are separated from her, she unites with her beloved. Go forth. With these words, the holy maiden sends away the daughters of Zion, symbolizing the material forces, so they would not interfere with her union with her supernal beloved. She instructs them, you, daughters of Zion, material forces, go forth and depart from me. Let no one be present when I unite with my beloved, blessed be he. Instead, look at King Solomon. For even the king, representing the natural inclination in its reign, is now a king of peace, as there is no longer strife or conflict between it and the divine soul. With the crown with which his mother crowned him, even the king's mother, the origin and birthplace of the inclination, which is materialism and its agents, has crowned him for this wedding, to unite with the heavenly bride in love. For even the body and its faculties surrender entirely, offering themselves to the flames on the altar of love for God. They are thereby transformed into spirituality through their observance of God's commandments. King Solomon was thus coronated with the crown of grooms, symbolizing the attainment of practical wisdom. This allowed him to unite with the perfect bride, the holy soul, to protect her role so she could fulfill her sacred duties. As a result, the material forces willingly part from her, allowing her, through devoted service, to unite with the Holy Spirit that dwells within the palanquin. Chapter 4. Ah, you are beautiful, my darling. Ah, you are beautiful. Your eyes are like doves seen through your veil lace. Your hair is like a flock of goats streaming down Mount Gilead. Verse 4:1. Ah, You are beautiful, my darling. Here, the shepherd begins to praise his lover in detail, like a groom extolling his bride's beauty, admiring her fine form and all her features. Ah, you are beautiful, my darling. Here, the supernal beloved extols the splendor of his bride in all her details. This affectionate praise arises from God's union with the soul while it remains active within the body, achieved through her devoted service in the holy temple. Your eyes are like doves. As explained above, 115, the soul has two eyes, the spiritual eye that looks at the divinity within the world at large, and the eye that focuses on the divinity in her own miniature world, the world from the perspective of the individual soul. Both of these eyes resemble doves, who are the epitome of loyalty and affection, inseparable from their mates. Although the soul's eyes are seen from behind, your veil, and your lace, literally your bindings, meaning your spiritual vision is tethered to and confined within the body, both eyes nevertheless fix their gaze upon me, perceiving and recognizing me through the veil, while bound to the body. Your hair. Your teeth. 4:2. Hair and teeth are formed from excess matter. These cells coarsen, congeal, and emerge from within the body to appear on the surface. In the parable, hair and teeth symbolize inner spiritual light breaking through to the surface. This light crystallizes to provide an interface with the outside world. Kabbalists associate hair with the countless lights emanating outward from the divine core and teeth with the 32 paths of wisdom. The same idea applies to the soul. Regarding the speaking soul, which is the intellect within a body, intelligence is applied in two ways. 1, through grasped concepts, likened to strands of hair, and 2, through rendering judgments and making comparisons, which are symbolized by teeth. Now, concepts are innumerable ad infinitum, each idea being different than the other. Logic dictates that each concept is distinct and uniquely identifiable. It is in this respect that concepts are likened to strands of the soul, for hair grows from excess neural matter of the brain, the seat of the mind. Strands of hair are numerous and very fine, like the subtle uniqueness of each idea. And as hairs connect to and stem from the brain, excess thought shines within the strands of the soul, which are grasped concepts. Your hair is like a flock of goats. Each goat is either spotted, striped, or speckled, referencing the biblical tale of Jacob's herds of goats and sheep. These markings distinguish each one from the other, just as every concept or spiritual insight has its own unique identity and recognition. The same is true with regard to the dimensions of the divine soul that are not incarnate, not within a body. In this sense, strands of hair allude to spiritual teachings and concepts, which are extremely numerous, like a flock of goats streaming down Mount Gilead. This flock symbolizes the supernal worlds, described in mystical texts as being striped or spotted. These worlds stand at the very origin of divine revelation, at the heights of the eternal mountains. This also alludes to the myriads of God's chariots and the countless insights that descended from Mount Sinai, where God bore witness to his covenant with his people. Similarly, this mound is a testimony between them, referring to the boundary between Jacob and his uncle and father-in-law, Laban, established at the place they called Gilead, Galeed, which means this mound shall serve as a testimony. Your teeth are like a flock of shorn sheep that have come up from the washing pool. All of them are aligned, and none are bereaved among them. Verse 4:2, your teeth. Just as teeth form outwardly from the body's excess matter, so too intelligence emerges as judgments and analogies from the mind's core. There are 16 inherent principles that govern the workings of the mind, 12 in forming judgments and 4 in developing understanding through comparisons. Together, these total the 32 paths of wisdom, corresponding to the teeth, 16 in the upper jaw and 16 in the lower. The 32 teeth are metaphorically represented as a flock of shorn sheep that have come up from the washing pool, with their wool cleansed of all impurities. They are shorn and uniform in color, symbolizing that they are unaffected by sensory perceptions. Their differences are a product of the functioning of the mind itself, due to its nature, which divides into these 32 paths. All of them are aligned, and none are bereaved among them, for their strong foundations produce lively offspring. All the derivatives of the mind are in accordance with its processes. Similarly, with regard to the dimensions of the divine soul that transcend the body, the soul's lofty supernal insights derive from the 32 paths of wisdom, which are clean of any dross or blemish, like a flock of shorn sheep. None are bereaved among them, because they are all children of the living God and the product of supernal wisdom. Your lips are like a scarlet thread, and your speech is lovely. Your brow, seen through your veil, is like a segment of pomegranate. Verse 4:3. Now the song describes the soul's power of speech, for which reason it is called the speaking soul, possessing the ability to articulate and reveal concepts and ideas. Your lips are like a scarlet thread, upon which pearls are strung. Individual pearls are connected and threaded together by this thread to form a necklace. In the same way, speech connects the concepts and ideas of the soul, stringing them into coherent statements and utterances. Also, your speech itself is lovely and holy because you speak words of Torah and prophecy, or speech inspired by the Holy Spirit, as it is said, "The Spirit of the Lord has spoken through me, and his message was upon my tongue." Samuel 2:23:2. Your brow, seen through your veil, is like a segment of pomegranate. The song first explains what the soul reveals, which are concepts, judgments, and utterances. Through these we recognize the soul's character, which is, in essence, intelligence. The soul in its core resembles a piece of pomegranate. Just as a pomegranate is full with 613 seeds, so the soul is full with divine intelligence. It is referred to as your brow, rakatich, because on the outside it seems empty, kadavar rake, yet it is full like a segment of pomegranate is full with seeds. It is seen through your veil and lace, literally bindings, because the essence of the soul is incomprehensible to us. We only know the soul as it is bound to the body. Your neck is like the Tower of David, built for armories, whereon hang 1,000 shields, all the quivers of the warriors. Verse 4:4. After describing the soul's ability to understand ideas and wisdom, the song now depicts how the soul governs the body and rules over it. Thus, the focus moves from the head, the domain of the intellectual soul, towards the torso, where the vivifying soul resides. Your neck is like the Tower of David. The neck separates the head from the body, yet it is through the throat and vocal cords that the soul communicates. It is a powerful voice, capable of commanding and ruling over the life-giving, vivifying soul and its functions. This verse likens the maiden's neck to the Tower of David, which was built for armories. Warriors were stationed at the tower, archers ready to battle enemies at the gate. Upon this tower hung 1,000 shields, all the quivers of the warriors. The Tower of David demonstrates how to rule over the enemies of the soul. The shields of its defenders were stored there, freeing their arms to rain arrows down upon the advancing troops of the old and foolish king, who builds strongholds to conquer the city. In this way, the tower, with its wisdom, prevails over the attacking king's forces, as it is written, "And found in it a poor wise man, and he, by his wisdom, delivered the city." Ecclesiastes 9:16. There are 3 forces that influence one's impulses: the aligning force, shields; the commanding force, neck or throat; and the power to enforce authority, quivers of arrows. The allegory portrays the mighty tower, symbolizing the neck or throat, as standing above the breasts, which represent the resulting motivation or impulses. The tower signifies the ruler who commands and rebukes, ensuring their orders are heard and obeyed. This commanding voice compels the motivating forces to submit to the intellect, which governs from above. Defending the tower are the warriors, equipped with 1,000 shields, symbolizing the aligning force, and quivers of arrows, representing authority and the power to enforce order. Your 2 breasts are like 2 fawns, twins of a gazelle, that graze among the roses. Verse 4:5. Below the neck are breasts, which represent the forces of attraction and repulsion, both born of emotional impulsiveness. They are thus likened to twins of a gazelle, Tiomates-via. Tzvi is a term that has connotations of desire and will, as these 2 forces are offspring of the same mother, as it were, 2 poles on the same spectrum. For example, One might desire food, attraction, that belongs to others and become angry with them, repulsion, to take it away. When governed by the divine soul, however, these gazelles, the forces of attraction and repulsion, graze among the roses. That is, they emit a pleasant fragrance, being desirous of or compelled by only spiritual motivations, namely, the service of God and His commandments. Until the heat of day intensifies and the shadows flee away, I will go to the mountain of myrrh and to the hill of frankincense. Verse 4:6, the shepherd tells the maiden, our connection will last until the heat of day intensifies and the shadows disappear. At that time, the daughters of Zion will return. Yet, even then, I will not stray far from you as I did before. I will go to the mountain of myrrh and linger there for a while. The union between the holy beloved and the maiden continues until the heat of day intensifies, alluding to a time when the soul is no longer prepared to cleave to God through prophecy, as materialism and habitual patterns take over. See 2:17. Yet, even then, the divine presence does not depart from the soul, even after the daughters of Zion, representing material forces, return to their strength. From now on, the divine presence will be established through the temple and the sacrificial rites, rather than solely through the mind, contemplation, and prophecy, as it had been until now. It is not possible to permanently maintain that level of inspiration, as materialism hinders the soul from continuously understanding the divine or beholding prophetic visions. However, this is not the case with the temple service, which draws down divine influence through physical rituals such as sacrifices, meal offerings, and libations, as well as through the use of all the temple's vessels. Just as the body requires food to sustain life, the soul also needs nourishment to maintain its connection to the divine. Physical food enables the divine soul to dwell in the body. The finest nutrients nourish the vitalizing soul, while the purest part sustains the intellectual soul. Likewise, the choice portion that rises from the fire and incense of sacrifices through the divine fire serves as a throne and foundation for maintaining the divine presence. I will go to the mountain of myrrh and to the hill of frankincense. Myrrh, the fragrant resin from an animal in India, symbolizes the pure and chosen part of the vitalizing soul. Frankincense, on the other hand, represents the pure and chosen fragrant parts of the plant world, see 1:13 and 3:6. The meaning here is that God willingly accepts and receives the spiritual essence of the offerings that rise from the animal sacrifices and the blood sprinkled on the altar. This is the mountain of myrrh. Likewise, He accepts the purest portions of the meal offerings and libations, representing the choicest of the plant world. The phrase, the hill of frankincense, further emphasizes the distinction between the plant and animal kingdoms. It is referred to as a hill because it is smaller than a mountain, symbolizing the lower stature of plants compared to animals. Yet, despite this difference, the animal soul is closely connected to and supported by the plant soul, just as a mountain rests upon the hill beneath it. Through the temple service, God does not distance Himself from the soul even when the heat of the day intensifies. Since God always dwells in the temple, He unites with the soul even while it remains bound to the animal and plant souls within the human body. In this way, God receives a pleasing aroma even from souls that are attached to the physical world. You are altogether beautiful, my darling. There is no blemish in you. Verse 4:7. There is no longer any blemish in the soul of the heavenly maiden, for she has now accessed the innermost depth of her being, the Yekada. Previously, she bore a fixed flaw. The vitalizing and vegetative souls clung to her, akin to an animal with an elongated limb or uncloven hoof. Leviticus 22 verse 23. These imperfections distanced her from holiness, rendering her unfit to serve as a priest to the Most High or to engage in true contemplation and detachment from the mundane. But now she is altogether beautiful, for even the lower dimensions of her soul have been elevated and united with the sacred. Come with me from Lebanon. O bride, come with me, from Lebanon shall you come. Look out from Amana's peak, from the peaks of Senir and Hermon, from the lions' dens and the mountains of leopards. Verse 4:8. Come with me, and from there, from Lebanon, journey with me, to be with me permanently, O bride, for I will take you out of Solomon's chambers. He calls her bride here because she has now become betrothed to him in faithfulness, the Emunah, related to the term amana in the verse. Look out and gaze from afar, from the peaks of Senir and Hermon. The great heights of these mountains, along with the dens of lions situated there, make it impossible for anyone to ascend their peaks. Come with me, O bride. The supernal beloved tells the soul that from now on, he will not part from her. He calls her bride because the precious soul is now betrothed to God, becoming uniquely dedicated to maintaining his divine presence upon her. He designates for the maiden a place where she can always find him. The place is Lebanon, which alludes to the holy temple, which whitens Malbim, tarnished souls. The temple is thus the forest of freedom, where the soul is liberated from its confinement, as it says, "The beams of our house are cedars." 1:17. From this place of cleansing and emancipation, the quintessential bride goes with her beloved. In the Midrash Hanelam, Chayai, page 128, come with me from Lebanon, O bride, referring to the soul. The beloved tells her, come with me, from Lebanon you shall come, rising from one spiritual level to the next. At this height, the Midrash explains, the daughters of Zion and Jerusalem, representing material forces and desires, can no longer hinder this precious union. Look out from Amana's peak, where the soul learned faith, Emunah, in God through witnessing the revelation of the divine presence and the constant, open miracles that took place in the holy temple. Similarly, from the peaks of Senir and Hermon, the eternal mountains where God performed wonders and signs. These miracles were constant and ongoing in the temple. The divine presence was thus experienced there miraculously and wondrously, independent of one's preparation or merit. From there you shall look out, from the lion's dens and the mountains of leopards. The lion is feared by all animals due to its strength, and the leopard is feared for its fierceness. By awakening these attributes in the service of God, the forces of life will be in awe and will not rebel against the rule of the soul. The Zohar interprets lions and leopards as scholars engaged in Torah study. All temperaments of all life forms in their various species exists within the human soul. When the attribute of courage prevails, a person is called a lion. As Rambam states in the Guide for the Perplexed regarding the divine chariot, when fierceness prevails, one is called a leopard, as our sages teach, be fierce like a leopard and courageous like a lion to do the will of your Father in heaven. Avot 5:20. A divine fire crouched like a lion upon the altar and consumed the sacrifices in the holy temple, symbolizing the subjugation of the body's life forces through the fiery enthusiasm of divine service and the strength with which they serve and cleave to their king. In Rea Mehemna, Leviticus page 17, it explains that a lion of fire descends from the throne of judgment to consume the sacrifices. As the fire burns each part of the offering, limbs, fats, and organs of the bulls, rams, and goats, the corresponding sins of the person who brought the sacrifice are also burned away. See also Parashat Zav 32. You have drawn my heart, my sister, O bride. You have drawn my heart with one of your eyes, with one jewel of your necklace. Verse 4:9. You have drawn my heart to yours, even though you look at me with only one of your eyes, while the other is turned towards Solomon's chambers and the watchful daughters of Zion. Likewise, only one of the jewels of your necklace is dedicated to me, while the rest are reserved for Solomon. You have drawn my heart. The supernal beloved explains that until now, our bond was established through the mind. However, from this point forward, it will rely on the arousal of the soul in divine service, the service of the heart. The heart is the root of emotional expression and the source of vitality. Thus, you have drawn my heart refers to Dvikut, cleaving together as one, heart to heart. Until now, divine understanding was dependent upon both eyes, one eye to behold and grasp the divinity in the great supernal chariot, which is the general reality of existence, and the other eye for comprehending divinity within the soul, which is the small chariot, as above 115, for colon 1. But now you have drawn my heart with just one of your eyes. There is no longer a need for intellectual contemplation of the broader reality and its divine governance. Instead, the soul must focus inward, overseeing its own small world, unifying all its forces, and offering them as a sacrifice before the King of Glory. Similarly, it is sufficient with just one jewel of your necklace, representing the function of practical intellect alone, centered on reverence and divine service, without the need for theoretical contemplation. How beautiful is your love, my sister, O bride! How much better is your love than wine, and the fragrance of your oils than all spices. Verse 4:10. When the bond between the soul and God was formed through prophetic insight, the affection came from God's initiative, as the prophetic revelation descended from on high. However, the attachment formed through the act of service in the temple is different, as it stems primarily from the attribute of love within the depths of the soul. This love causes the soul to yearn and long intensely for its beloved. Unlike prophecy, this connection is initiated from below, through the soul's inner awakening and powerful love, reaching upward toward God. Regarding this spiritual love, the verse says, "How beautiful is your love." Until now, the supernal beloved praised only the maiden herself, as in, "Behold, you are beautiful, my darling," 115, but now he praises her love. Previously, the connection between the supernal beloved and the soul was through the mind, the essence of the soul. Now, however, the connection is through the flame of love in her service to God. Therefore, he calls the maiden my sister, because through the attribute of love, she becomes his sister and equal, as it were. The supernal beloved elaborates, "How much better is your love than wine?" If this refers to literal wine, it means that the soul's fervor in its love for God is greater than the fervor stirred by wine, which is a foreign, physical fire. In contrast, the love of God is a spiritual, divine matter. If it refers to metaphorical wine, which always symbolizes prophetic inspiration, he would be saying that her love, meaning the attribute of love, is greater than prophetic insight, for she strengthens and fortifies that love within her soul to the point that it becomes an inseparable part of her being. How much better is the fragrance of your oils, which refers to the spiritual scent and understanding the soul attains through her fervor and divine service. This divine fragrance is superior to all spices, symboling contemplative insights, for the fragrant oil poured forth through the love of God represents being graced with the Holy Spirit, which is granted to those who cleave to God with love. Nectar drips from your lips, O bride. Honey and milk are under your tongue, and the fragrance of your garments is like the scent of Lebanon. Verse 4:11. The lovers have now come closer to each other and revealed their love for one another, as in the previous verse, "How beautiful is your love." Now the shepherd comes closer still to kiss her, and says, "Nectar drips from your lips, O bride." The song describes the soul's approach towards God through three key aspects: thought, speech, and action. First, it mentions thought, filled with the love of God, as in the previous verse, "How beautiful is your love." Thought is the primary expression of the service of offering sacrifices. The main component of a sacrifice, karbana, is to bring one's inner feelings, spirit, and soul close, lakrava, to the Holy One, blessed be He. Zohar, Vayikra, page 9. The focus in this verse is on speaking words of Torah and prayer, sweet songs, for the soul's lips drip with nectar. Lips refer to external speech, while the tongue represents the internal stream of consciousness. Regarding the tongue, it says, "Honey and milk are under your tongue." Honey is produced by bees from the nectar of flowers at the top of the plant, and milk is naturally created from the finest part of the blood in animals. This serves as a metaphor for the transformation of the vegetative and vitalizing souls into pure and beneficial products like honey and milk, providing proper nourishment for the speaking soul. The inner purpose of the commandments and sacrifices is to refine divine sparks and purify the souls, elevating the plant and animal realms to the level of the speaking soul. This verse also mentions actions, which are the external garments in which thought and speech are clothed. Thus, it says, "The fragrance of your garments is like the scent of Lebanon," referring to the sacrificial offerings. The purpose of these offerings is to connect the divine presence with a holy assembly of souls, bonding and linking the various levels of consciousness to their divine source. A locked garden, my sister, O bride, a locked spring, a sealed fountain. Verse 4:12. This verse further emphasizes the maiden's purity by describing her as a locked garden, indicating that no man had known her. Here the focus shifts to the soul, described as a virgin, untainted by foreign gods, the forces of desire and temptation that lead souls astray and defile their sanctity. The supernal beloved describes her as a locked garden, where no stranger has entered. In fact, the stream leading to the fountain is also locked, indicating that these foreign forces have not approached her, neither in thought nor in deed. Her source remains sealed with the seal of divinity and holiness, just as it was when she dwelled in her heavenly abode. Your limbs are an orchard of pomegranates with all kinds of luscious fruits, with henna and nard. Verse 4:13. Here the beloved continues the allegory, praising her as a garden filled with all kinds of luscious fruit and the fountain, a well of fresh water, as described in the following verses. The supernal beloved approaches the locked garden and praises everything within it. There are delicious, ripe fruits, an orchard of pomegranates, and fragrant plants like henna with nard. Just as food and fragrance sustain the soul's connection to the body, as explained in the Kuzari, so too the offerings served to sustain God's presence among his people, deepening their bond with the divine presence. Sacrifices represent divine food, as it is written, "My offerings are my bread for my fire." Numbers 28:2. When the spiritual essence that separates from the animal's soul or from the plant during the sacrifice is elevated and joined with the holy thoughts and intentions of the person offering it, the act becomes a dwelling place for the divine presence. Incense, on the other hand, symbolizes divine fragrance. While food represents serving God through physical actions, scent symbolizes a deeper, spiritual understanding of the divine. In the Zohar, Vayikra, page 12, it says, "Incense binds the bond of faith." Later, on pg 12b, it explains that there are 10 names by which the Holy One, blessed be He, is known. These names are interconnected in perfect unity, likened to the holy crowns of the king through which he is recognized. When these names are united as one through the fragrance of the incense, it is called Kederit, incense, derived from the word kashura, bound, because it binds them together into a single, harmonious whole. The song depicts a garden featuring an orchard of pomegranates, which symbolize the 613 commandments, corresponding to the number of seeds in a pomegranate. The 613 commandments represents the bread of the meal of the Holy King, with all kinds of luscious fruits. That is, in addition to the biblical commandments, there are also rabbinical warnings and safeguards, etc. The garden also contains fragrant plants, such as henna and nard, as well as other species mentioned in the next verse. In total, 10 kinds are mentioned, corresponding to 10 of the ingredients in the incense, but excluding the malodorous resin galbanum, chelbana. Galbanum is omitted in this allegory because the maiden is depicted as entirely beautiful and without blemish, representing a state of purity and perfection, where there is no room for anything flawed or tainted. See Zohar Teruma 132 and Vayikra 2:10. Spikenard and saffron, calamus and cinnamon, with all aromatic types of wood, myrrh and aloes, with all choice perfumes. Verse 4:14. The beloved continues to extol the virtues of the garden, containing all kinds of desirable plants. In the next verse, he praises the fountain as a well of fresh water, etc., a spring of gardens, a well of living waters, flowing from Lebanon. Verse 4:15. After recounting the virtues of the garden, which symbolizes the Torah and its laws, the song reflects on the spring that waters the garden. The spring represents the core identity and holiness of the soul, a spring of gardens, whose waters flow naturally. The soul at its source is also a well from which life-giving water is drawn. The waters of the spring flow from Lebanon, alluding to the spiritual source of the intellect, which pours forth wisdom, knowledge, and the Spirit of God. From this spring, eternal living waters are drawn through contemplation, worship, and purity, providing both understanding and eternal life from the holy source, whose waters never cease. See Zohar Balak 2:01b. And these waters flow from the supernal Lebanon. That is, its waters emerge from the temple, for that is the dwelling place of spirits and souls. Awaken, O north wind, and come, O south wind. Blow upon my garden, let its perfume spread. Let my beloved come to his garden and eat its luscious fruit. Verse 4:16. The maiden calls for the winds of the north and south to awaken and blow through her garden, so its fragrances may spread, and invite her beloved to enter and enjoy its fruits. The maiden is asking for the awakening of the spirit of will and love to stir the garden of affection, allowing her to unite with her beloved with love. Awaken. The soul commands the winds to stir. This serves as a metaphor for the spirit of awakening, which introduces stirring visions or insights to the heart, symbolized by the northern wind. In contrast, the southern wind symbolizes the spirit of holiness, love, and all the noble qualities of the soul. It is aligned with the good inclination and is associated with the right side, traditionally representing virtuous and positive actions. The southern wind naturally supports spiritual service and requires no awakening. Therefore, the soul says awaken to the north wind, which does not naturally stir the garden for divine service, but come to the south wind, as it effortlessly fulfills this role without the need for external prompting. Blow upon my garden, let its perfume spread. The winds are called to blow through the garden, awakening the soul's latent powers, particularly the heart's ability to love and yearn for God, until the garden's fragrance and spirituality spread outward. The effect of this spiritual awakening is to invite the supernal beloved into the garden, where he can partake of its luscious fruits. These fruits symbolize the divine reception of the soul's finest thoughts and deeds, which are compared to God's bread and inheritance. As the Zohar explains, eat its luscious fruit refers to the sacrifices offered before God by the righteous souls. Bo, page 36. Chapter 5. I have come to my garden, my sister. O bride, I have gathered my myrrh with my spice. I have eaten my honey of the forest. I have drunk my wine with my milk. Eat, friends, drink and be drunk, lovers. Verse 5:1. The beloved declares that he has come to his garden and partaken of its fruits. He holds a feast for friends and loved ones, then returns to his abode. After heading back to the palace, the maiden falls asleep in Solomon's chambers, and for many days her beloved is forgotten. Thus concludes Song 3. The supernal beloved responds to the maiden's call, I have come to my garden. Now that the soul has awakened, the time of love has arrived. The lovers unite, as the Midrash interprets, I have come to my garden, Gani, to my wedding canopy, Ganuni, etc. The song thus depicts how God receives pleasure from this garden, representing all the soul's service and actions. I have gathered my myrrh with my spice. Myrrh, a musk derived from the fragrant blood of an animal in India, symbolizes the purity and spirituality of the vitalizing soul. It is associated with commandments related to refining character and vital energies. The beloved has thus gathered the myrrh along with all fine fragrances and spirituality. From the spiritual forces refined from the vegetative soul, symbolized by the forest, the beloved says, I have eaten my honey of the forest, meaning he has accepted the soul's holy actions and service related to eating and drinking. For example, eating meals on Sabbaths and festivals, sacrifices, and the like. Honey of the forest thus represents the sanctified elements of the vegetative soul. The devotion expressed by the intellectual soul is compared to wine and milk, as previously explained. This is why it says, buy food without money, wine and milk without cost, Isaiah 55 verse 1, which is interpreted to refer to luxuries rather than basic necessities. Thus, when the beloved says, I have drunk my wine with my milk, through this, he pours out copious blessings and generosity upon the entire world, For blessings come through the channel of good deeds, which ascend from the goodness of souls and their devoted service. Drink and be drunk, lovers, extends the blessing to the spiritual worlds. See Zohar Vayikra, pages 4 and 7. Through the temple, the sacrifices, and the service of souls, of which Solomon's soul was their crown of glory, both the upper and lower realms are blessed. At this point, the supernal beloved returns to his holy abode, and the quintessential bride returns to her body, falling into a deep sleep in its embrace. For many days, she does not remember her beloved. Thus concludes Song 3. Song 4. I am asleep, but my heart is awake. The voice of my beloved knocks. Open for me, my sister, my darling, my dove, my perfect one, for my head is filled with dew, my locks are filled with the raindrops of night. Verse 5:2, Song 4 continues until, Where has your beloved gone? 6:1. It tells how the bride had forgotten her beloved for many days, until one night, he came knocking on her door. At first, she hesitates to open for him, but later changes her mind and goes to the door, only to find that her beloved had already gone. She searches for him but cannot find him, and the city guards discover her. Their love affair then becomes known to the daughters of Jerusalem, so she professes to them his virtues. Here the maiden narrates, I am asleep, as she was resting on her bed and did not respond to her beloved as before. Yet her heart was awake, faintly remembering her betrothed. She then hears the sound of the shepherd knocking at the door, saying, Open for me, my sister, etc., for his head was drenched with dew. Song 4. For many days now, Solomon had forgotten the supernal beloved, as it says, King Solomon loved many foreign women, etc., and his wives turned his heart away. In his old age, Solomon's wives turned away his heart after other gods, etc. Kings I 11:1, 3-4. That is, as Solomon strayed from his supernal beloved, his spiritual connection weakened, leading to deeper entanglement with materialism, which delayed his repentance and ultimate reunion with the divine. Then one night, the supernal beloved came by and knocked on the maiden's door, but she does not even want to open for him. Feeling dejected, her beloved withdraws from the palace. This is the fourth vision mentioned in the Book of Kings. The Lord was angry with Solomon, because his heart turned away from the Lord, God of Israel, who had appeared to him twice. And the Lord said to Solomon, Because you are guilty of this, you have not kept my covenant and the laws that I enjoined upon you, I will tear the kingdom away from you, etc. Kings I 11:9-11. At this point, Solomon sought to repent, but he was no longer granted divine visions, nor could his soul fully detach from materialism until the day of his death. Only then, when his connection to bodily existence ceased, did his soul leave the material world and return to her beloved. In doing so, the heavenly maiden demonstrated to the daughters of the material world her genuine love and longing for God, as will be explained. I am asleep. Solomon had been distant from the supernal beloved for many days. He abandoned himself to the embrace of materialism, slumbering upon the bed of transient desires and pleasures. His soul did not even awaken as before to the sound of the harp hanging above David's bed. Nevertheless, his heart was awake, because it had not completely separated from God. It yearned for him, seeking to connect deeply, but decadence and sloth brought about his soul's slumber. Then the maiden heard the sound of the supernal beloved knocking at her door, bringing on Solomon's fourth vision, where the Lord appeared to him and rebuked him harshly. The supernal beloved tells the heavenly maiden, Open for me, my sister, because Solomon's chambers were then closed and locked, and the palace walls were between them. Materialistic desire had interposed between the soul and the sacred, separating her from spirituality, as it is written, They placed their threshold next to my threshold, and the wall between me and them. Ezekiel 43 verse 9, and as in the verse, But your iniquities have separated between you and your God. Isaiah 59 verse 2. The supernal beloved knocks on the door of the body to prepare it to open its gates and to shed materialism. He tells the soul, Open for me, my sister, my darling, my dove, my perfect one, recalling all the heights she had attained in her 3 previous visions. That is, in her first vision, the supernal beloved called her my darling, Rayati 1:9:15, 2:2. In the second vision, she is again called my darling, Rayati 2:10:13, but he adds the name my dove 2:14. In the third vision, she is called my darling for 1:7. Dove, your eyes are doves for 1, as well as perfect one, there is no blemish in you for 7, and adds the name my sister, bride, for times there. My sister is the name the soul has prior to descending into a body, being equal to him, as it were, and part of his being. He therefore starts with this name here. The name, my darling, refers to the speaking, intellectual soul, and my dove corresponds to the vitalizing soul, as a dove that lives in harmony with its mate. My perfect one alludes to the vegetative soul, as it relates to the growth and development of the body and its organs, where imperfections or blemishes can arise. These are the levels that the soul attains as it advances. First, it purifies itself to perfect the intellectual soul. Then, it elevates the next lower level, the vitalizing soul, and finally, the lowest level, the vegetative soul. Now, the beloved says, "Open for me," in reference to the virtues the soul had acquired through her good deeds, as stated in the prophecy, because this was with you, and you did not keep my covenant, etc.
Shings 1:11:11.
This means that the punishment is greater according to the high level of perfection she had attained until now. For my head is filled with dew, describes the prophetic influence that is now being poured upon the soul. This divine inspiration is likened to the dew of spiritual light, as in the verses, I will be as dew to Israel, and let my speech descend like dew. However, my locks are filled with the raindrops of night. While the head symbolizes the hidden, higher level of thought, locks of hair represent the emergence and surfacing of hidden thought, much like how hair is an outward extension of the brain, where thoughts originate. The meaning here is, my supernal thought is filled with the dew of prophetic inspiration, but the revelation of this prophecy through speech is filled with the raindrops of night. These raindrops are a metaphor for judgment and punishment, which are products of the night and darkness. They symbolize the consequences of immoral actions and the punishment that shattered the house into fragments, representing the division of the kingdom of David. I have taken off my robe. Am I to put it on again? I have washed my feet. How can I soil them? Verse 5:3. The bride responds that she has already taken off her robe and washed her feet, and she cannot get up barefoot from her bed to dress. The maiden responds, I have taken off my robe, meaning that when the soul is worthy of prophecy and sheds its material form, it becomes clothed in garments of light. These garments are fine, made from the Torah and good deeds she achieved. Through the soul's comprehension of and interactions with material things, she creates her spiritual garments. Because of this garment, the soul is not left completely exposed in its spiritual essence. It is impossible to exist in the material world without a garment. This refers to the garments of light Adam wore before the sin. Even angels, when they descend to this world on their missions, are clothed in fine garments, as is known from teachings of the sages. Now, due to her sins, the soul had already shed her garment of light, as it had become interwoven with garments of skin and flesh. Having recoiled from her body, the soul could no longer wear these garments, as they had already been removed from her. I have washed my feet. The body to the soul is like a shoe, upon which one stands firm. During prophecy, one removes the shoes, meaning the soul leaves the space of the material world, as minds can exist independently from bodies. Thus, God told Moses at the burning bush, remove your sandals from your feet, which refers to shedding the material, and as is known from the mystical meaning of removing the sandal in the Levirate ceremony. But now, I have washed my feet, like a delicate person who avoids walking barefoot after washing them. How can I soil them? The maiden is admitting that she can no longer leave her body, which is the shoes of her feet, even temporarily. My beloved extended his hand through the doorway, and my heart stirred for him. Verse 5:4. My beloved extended his hand through the doorway to open the lock, and my innermost feelings stirred for him. The supernal beloved, seeing that the doors of a maiden's house were closed to him, extends his hand to illuminate the soul with prophecy. The word of God thus reaches her. An extending hand alludes to prophecy, as it is written, "He reached out his hand and touched my mouth, and the Lord said to me, Behold, I have put my words in your mouth." Jeremiah 1 verse 9. And behold, a hand was extended to me, and in it was a scroll. Ezekiel 2 verse 9. Thus the Lord spoke to me with a strong hand, instructing me not to walk in the way of this people. Isaiah 8 verse 11. Through the doorway. He did not enter her chamber to unite with her face to face and bring her out to him, as he did in previous meetings. Rather, he simply informed her of this prophecy, which was filled with rebuke and punishments. My heart stirred for him. She begins to regret her actions and longs for former days when she basked in God's mystery. I arose to open for my beloved, and my hands dripped with myrrh. My fingers trailed myrrh over the handles of the bolt. Verse 5:5. The maiden rises from her bed to open the door for her beloved. Her hands drip with myrrh, which trails over the handles of the lock as she touches it. I arose. This describes how, after receiving this prophetic message of rebuke, Solomon repented. He awoke from his lengthy spiritual slumber to open the door for the supernal beloved, meaning that he sought to prepare himself for holiness and purity, abandoning the fascinations of the flesh and his fixation on women. In this way, Solomon sought to once again be fit to cleave to God by unlocking and removing the obstruction of materialism. My hands dripped with myrrh. Myrrh and frankincense symbolize the uplifting of the refined, vitalizing, and vegetative souls to holiness, as explained above, 113, 3:6, 4:6. Each time King Solomon's soul ascended from materiality to divinity and spirituality, it carried with it myrrh and frankincense. In this process, the spiritual sensibilities of the vitalizing and vegetative soul, which are secondary to the souls themselves, are uplifted to sanctity. But now, deeply entrenched in materialism, the soul could no longer carry out this transformative alchemy of elevating the spiritual elements of myrrh and frankincense within itself. She could not extract the frankincense at all, meaning she could not overcome and sanctify the hedonistic desires of the vegetative soul for eating and drinking. As for the myrrh, she managed to elevate it only partially. Her hands dripped with myrrh, indicating that she elevated the spiritual aspect of her vital soul, which is the root of her character traits and impulses. However, this elevation was limited to her actions, hands, and fell short of fully purifying her inner motivations and desires. Only her fingers dripped with myrrh, but this myrrh trailed over the handles of the bolt. Each time the maiden touched the bolt to open the door, the myrrh spread and dissipated. That is, to whatever extent King Solomon tried to divest himself of materialism and open the door to the supernal beloved, the myrrh, his spiritual elevation, faded. The inclination and impulses overpowered him repeatedly, and he could not remain steadfast in the heights of sanctity. I opened for my beloved, but my beloved had turned away and was gone.
My soul went out when he spoke.
I sought him but could not find him. I called him, but he did not answer me. Verse 5:6. By the time she opened the door, her beloved had already turned away and was gone. Her soul nearly departed when she heard his harsh words he uttered as he left. From then on, despite her arduous search, she never found him. I opened for my beloved. The maiden opened the door for her beloved, but he had already turned away and was gone. In other words, the soul tried to separate from the physical body and lift the veil of materialism that stood between her and her beloved. However, her beloved had already withdrawn, never to return to rest his divine presence upon her again. The maiden's soul nearly expired upon hearing her beloved's harsh words. This severe prophecy hints at the eventual division of the kingdom of David. It also conveys a personal message to King Solomon, indicating that the higher aspect of his soul, the soul of the soul, which serves as the gateway to the Holy Spirit and prophecy, had already departed and left him, as stated in Zohar. God is the spirit and soul of everything. Zohar, Acharii, page 67. Therefore, though she sought him, through repentance, she could not find him. She called out to him in prayer and supplication, but he did not answer me. As she leaves Solomon's chambers, meaning when the soul attempts to separate from the body to receive the flow of prophetic inspiration, the guardians that patrol the city find her. These guardians represent the body's life-sustaining faculties. Unlike before, she can no longer bypass or deceive them, as she is now under their control. They strike and wound her, forcing the soul to remain bound to its body, its nature, and its physical desires. Each time she seeks release, she is returned to confinement through sickness and pain, mirroring the soul's ailments and sorrows. As Rambam writes in 8 chapters, the soul, like the body, experiences both health and illness. Among those who mistreat the maiden are the guardians of the city walls, reflecting how the soul is bound to the body and dwells within its confines. They stripped me of my veil, referring to an ornament worn on her head, symbolizes the loss of her prophetic understanding, which is typically unobstructed and unrestricted divine insight. Her intellectual abilities became limited and confined to mortal comprehension. As a result, her knowledge had to be acquired gradually, step by step, as if enclosed by walls, gates, and locks, rather than being attained instantly and without boundaries, as in prophecy. The maiden realizes that she can no longer find her beloved or attain this level of divine understanding in her lifetime. She will only experience this again at the time of death, when the soul is gathered to her people. Upon passing, the righteous experience godly revelations as if their souls were still in their bodies, enabling both soul and body to grasp the divine. See Zohar, Parashat Metzorah 53 and Parashat Emer 88. Thus, the maiden makes the daughters of Jerusalem, representing the physical forces of the body, swear that they will find her beloved at the time of death. At that moment, the physical senses, which had previously been preoccupied with the material, will be the first to feel his presence. They will tell him that the maiden is lovesick, filled with an intense longing for her beloved. The guardians that patrol the city found me. They struck me. They wounded me. They stripped me of my veil, the guardians of the walls. Verse 5:7. Her frantic search leads her to the city gate. As the maiden approaches, she is discovered by the city's watchmen. They strike her and remove her veil. I adjure you, O daughters of Jerusalem, if you find my beloved, tell him that I am lovesick. Verse 5:8. Being caught by the watchmen, the matter becomes widely known. She adjures the daughters of Jerusalem that if they find her beloved, they should tell him that she is lovesick for him. What makes your beloved better than others, O most beautiful among women? What makes your beloved better than others, that you so adjure us? Verse 5:9. The daughters of Jerusalem ask her, what makes your beloved better than others? Tell us what distinguishes your love from other kinds of love, and what sets your beloved apart from other lovers, that your intense love for him has driven you to make us swear about it. The daughters of the body ask the maiden, what makes your beloved better than others? They ask her to explain the difference between this spiritual love and the longing the soul has for God, compared to other physical loves and desires, because the daughters of the body cannot fathom the virtue and preciousness of this divine love and its power. And they repeat, what makes your beloved better than others? Here they strive to understand his hidden nature, his attributes, signs, and virtues, to comprehend why, because of him, she made them swear to seek him so intensely, even upon death. My beloved is of clear, ruddy complexion, preeminent among 10,000. Verse 5:10, she responds by enumerating her beloved's good qualities and virtues, which are superior to those of any other lover. She concludes her lengthy praise, 6 verses later, with the words, this is my beloved, 5:16, meaning there is none like him. The soul responds, my beloved is of clear, ruddy complexion. Initially, the soul declares that the hidden beloved, God, is both clear, white, and ruddy, for he embodies both kindness and mercy, represented by white, as well as judgment, represented by red. Indeed, God is the source of both good and evil, judgment and mercy, blessings and curses, life and death. All of these, though opposites, emanate from the same root, the ultimate source that is entirely good. Nothing is separate from him, unlike those who claim there are two distinct sources for good and evil. Instead, everything, both judgment and mercy, comes from a singular source, which is entirely good. As the Midrash explains, clear refers to God's protection at the sea, as it says, the Israelites walked on dry land within the sea. Red refers to God's judgment on Egypt, as it says, the Lord hurled the Egyptians into the sea. Thus, the beloved is preeminent among 10,000. In God, all the myriad forces of existence are gathered, as he is their ultimate source. That is why God is called Elohim, signifying the collection of all forces in existence. Nothing exists outside of him. His head is the finest gold, his locks are wavy, black as a raven. Verse 5:11. The maiden now begins to describe her lover in detail. His head refers to God's hidden thought and supreme will, which exist in their source before being revealed to the world. This divine core is entirely concealed, representing the most profound and mysterious aspect of the divine, utterly beyond human comprehension. His head is gold, suggests a block of pure gold, its interior sealed and hidden, like a treasure that appears devoid of content from the outside. It is something precious yet seemingly inaccessible, reflecting the concealed essence of the divine. The finest gold, the most precious substance in the physical world, signifies something exceedingly rare and completely hidden, the ultimate mystery and value. His locks symbolize the initial revelation of God's hidden thought. Hair, formed from excess brain matter, serves as an allegory for the concealed lights of divine thought breaking forth and emerging outwardly as strands. Similarly, God's deeply hidden will begins to express itself, much like follicles emerging from the unseen depths of the skull. These locks are described as wavy, taltalim, as in tale talim, curls upon curls, as the countless worlds depend upon teluim, these divine strands to sustain their existence. However, these locks of hair are black as a raven. Black absorbs light, symbolizing the profound concealment of these divine thoughts. Their light is hidden and sealed within them, not revealing anything to us. They are like a raven, kaurav, a play on words alluding to a mixture, teravat, from which no distinction or impression is discernible to us at all. His eyes are like doves beside streams of water, bathed in milk, sitting beside a full pool. Verse 5:12. The maiden describes how divine providence began when God set his gaze upon creation and existence. His eyes symbolize the wisdom and deep understanding involved in bringing creation into being, as it is written, and God saw that it was good. Like streams of water. Water reflects the face of one who looks at it, like a polished mirror that shows the form of someone standing before it. Similarly, the world and all of existence reflect the supreme glory, as it is said, like the appearance of the rainbow in the clouds on a rainy day, so was the radiance around him. Ezekiel 1 verse 28. Just as a rainbow is a collection of colors refracted in the cloud from the sunlight, all existence is a spark of the great sun, the light of God, revealed through these reflections. Like doves tending their young by streams of water, God oversees and nurtures all existence. Water symbolizes existence, as expressed in the verse, and the Spirit of God was hovering over the waters. Genesis 1 verse 2. Streams of water represent the hidden origin and source of all creation. From this concealed source, God's eyes of wisdom and understanding, constantly observe and guide all things. These eyes are bathed in milk, symbolizing purity and transformation. Just as blood congeals and transforms into milk within a mother's body, nourishing life, so too God's eyes turn the chaotic world into one of rectification and order. They are further described as sitting beside a full pool, reflecting the inherent goodness within creation, as it is written. And God saw everything that he had made, and behold, it was very good. His cheeks are like a bed of spices, towers of perfume. His lips are roses, dripping with flowing myrrh. Verse 5:13. After praising God's overseeing creation with eyes of wisdom and understanding, the psalm now depicts creation through divine speech, how God creates by command. He spoke, and it came to be. He commanded, and it stood firm. Psalms 33 verse 9. The process of divine speech in creation can be understood from two perspectives. 1. The general act of creation, in the beginning, served as a general divine utterance that occurred on the first day of creation. It marks the moment when everything was brought into existence in potential, like planting seeds that have yet to sprout. 2. The 10 individual divine utterances. These utterances brought forth each creation in its designated time. The process is likened to planting 6 seeds at once, which grow, sprout, and develop, each according to its kind, over the 6 days of creation. The first manner of creation through divine speech, the general act of creation, is likened to the inner part of the mouth, the cheeks or jaws, while the 10 utterances are likened to the lips, which are external and signify the final articulation of speech. The song describes that his cheeks are like a bed of spices, referring to a plot of land that is 6 handbreadths wide. These garden beds produce aromatic plants, where the spice is a blended compound of various ingredients. Similarly, on the first day of creation, everything was mixed and sewn together, indistinguishable, like seeds planted in a garden before they sprout and reveal their distinct forms. The 10 divine utterances, in contrast, are like seeds that have already grown. Thus, it says, his lips are roses, signifying that by the time the speech act of creation reaches the final stage of articulation, the seeds have sprouted, producing buds, blossoms, and roses. His lips are further described as dripping with flowing myrrh, symbolizing the emergence of life. In other words, the works of the 6 days of creation had brought forth plants and living creatures, each according to its kind. His hands are orbs of gold, filled with beryl. His belly is an ivory tablet encrusted with sapphires. Verse 5:14. After describing how God oversaw and brought everything into being during the 6 days of creation, the focus now shifts to his continuous governance and interaction within existence. His hands thus represent how he works, engages, and governs the world. They are described as orbs of gold because he manages the world through cycles and wheels that constantly spin. These orbs are pure and enduring like gold, filled with beryl. The lower orbits are set in motion by angels, who are described as having bodies like beryl, Tarshish. Through these orbits, the angels complete their tasks. But the hands of the Creator direct the forces that drive them, with an infinite power. Sometimes they are moved as determined by the cosmic order, and other times their orbits are filled by his angels, called Tarshishim, who carry out God's will. Similarly, in the upper worlds, there are supernal orbits, the wheels of the divine chariot, that are filled with beryl by the celestial beasts, for the spirit of the beast is in the wheels. Ezekiel 1 verse 20. The appearance of the celestial wheels, or orbits, is like beryl. The color blue resembles the sea, and the sea resembles the heavens, and the heavens resemble the throne of glory. Soda 17a. Now the song describes his will as revealed through the Torah, using his belly as a metaphor for compassion and mercy, reflected in the verse, "Therefore my belly yearns for him." Jeremiah 31 verse 20. In his compassion, God provided the Torah and commandments to uplift us, as it says, "The Lord desired, for the sake of his righteousness, to make the Torah great and glorious." Isaiah 42 verse 21. His belly is like an ivory tablet. This tablet is formed by joining many pieces together to become a unified whole. Similarly, the letters, words, verses, and sections come together to form one complete Torah. The meaning of the Torah, however, is hidden inside. In this way, the Torah resembles an ivory tablet made of tightly joined parts, with its core remaining secret and concealed. Yet it is also encrusted with sapphires, which symbolize transparency and clarity. Just as a sapphire allows one to see through it from one side to the other, the Torah's narratives and outer layers reveal glimpses of its deepest secrets, mysteries, and wonders. His legs are pillars of marble set upon bases of pure gold. His appearance is like Lebanon, stately as the cedars. Verse 5:15. His legs represent the end result of creation, the physical world. This world is depicted as pillars of marble, symbolizing the 6 directions of space. These pillars rest on bases of pure gold, illustrating that the physical world is supported by God, who surrounds them and fills them with the silver cord of his providence. Thus, his head, of the finest gold, reaches down to his legs, which are also supported by bases of pure gold. Next, the verse reflects on his overall qualities, describing that his appearance is like Lebanon, abundant with countless plants and trees. This imagery signifies that God is the source of the multitude of beings, both celestial and earthly, sustaining and providing for them all. The verse then elaborates on his power, wisdom, and will in their absolute perfection. Regarding power, it states, stately as the cedars, likening him to the tallest and most majestic tree in Lebanon. In the same way, God towers above his hosts, as his strength and might is unique and unmatched. His palate is delicious. All of him is desirable. This is my beloved, and this is my darling, O daughters of Jerusalem. Verse 5:16. The bride does not find her beloved again. End of Song 4. Regarding God's wisdom, it says, his palate is delicious. The palate symbolizes the savoring and flavor of wisdom, as it is said, for the ear tests arguments as the palate tastes food. Job 12 verse 11. This means that the wisdom he reveals is sweet and delightful. Regarding will and volition, it says, all of him is desirable. The beloved is universally desired because he desires only goodness and kindness. This is my beloved. These are the qualities by which he is known, for he is not perceived directly, but through his actions. It is through the recognition of his virtues, goodness, wisdom, and perfection that I love him so deeply. He is also my darling, my dear friend, because I, too, am a spiritual being that emanates from him. In some ways, I reflect his perfection, much like a part reflects the whole. This concept is beautifully illustrated in the Midrash, which explains that King David says 5 times in Psalms, "My soul blesses the Lord." The Midrash teaches that these praises are directed both towards God and the soul. The comparison reveals the soul's similarity to God, just as the Holy One, blessed be He, fills and sustains the entire world, perceiving everything yet remaining unseen. The soul fills the body, nurtures it, sees within it, and is itself hidden. This parallel indicates that the soul inherently mirrors the divine qualities of its creator, forming an intrinsic bond between the two. For the remainder of Solomon's life, until he is ultimately gathered to his people upon his passing, the heavenly bride, Solomon's soul, no longer finds her beloved or receives his prophetic words. With this, Song 4 draws to a close. Chapter 6, Song 5, Where has your beloved gone, O fairest among women? Where has your beloved turned, that we may look for him with you? Verse 6:1. Song 5 describes how, at the end of time, the beloved comes openly to the maiden. The daughters of Jerusalem and even the king himself argue with her, urging her not to leave them. Despite their pleas, she summons her strength, motivated by her great love, and ventures into the wilderness to meet her beloved, never to return. The maiden's bold move exemplifies love's power, inspiring poets to declare, "Great waters cannot extinguish love," in praise of its ultimate victory over all obstacles. Song 5 continues until the phrase, "Our little sister," 8:8. Upon learning about and recognizing the virtues of the maiden's beloved and the preciousness of their love, the daughters of Jerusalem agree to accompany her in her search, asking, "Which way has your beloved gone?" Even if you do not know his exact location, can you tell us which direction he has turned? We will begin our search there. At the time of Solomon's death, even the daughters of corporeality recognized the superiority of the supernal beloved and the preciousness of the divine soul's desire to cleave to him. They all agree to seek the Lord and yearn for him. Then, when the time of intimacy arrives, when Solomon's soul is gathered to her people and to God himself, all the city's daughters, symbolizing the bodily forces, join the heavenly maiden, requesting to be gathered with her to her place and to her beloved. The daughters of the city ask the soul, "Where has your beloved gone?" Sometimes the soul can reach its beloved through prophecy or divine inspiration. In those instances, the soul only needs to find the place where the king resides in order to experience his presence. Hence the question, "Where has your beloved gone?" At other times, the soul reaches the divine through intellectual contemplation and philosophical inquiry. In those instances, the soul not only seeks the place where God resides but must also search for the correct path to achieve this understanding. This process can be challenging, as investigation and inquiry may sometimes cause the mind to become lost in its reasoning, making it difficult to find the true path to approach and behold the face of God. It is during such moments that the question arises, "Where has your beloved turned?" meaning which direction or approach should be taken to find him through study and inquiry. My beloved went down to his garden, to the beds of spices, to pasture in the gardens, and to gather roses. Verse 6:2. While the maiden and her entourage were talking in the king's garden, the beloved descends from the mountains of Beitar to the garden. His main reason for going there is to approach the bed of spices, meaning his lover, who is the source of his fragrance and affection. She is the one who fills the garden with a beautiful fragrance, drawing him near. He has come to pasture his flock in the gardens. Of all the flowers of the bed of spices, he gathers for himself only the roses, only the love of his bride and his precious desire. Meanwhile, the soul of Solomon senses that the supernal beloved descends from his holy abode to gather her to him. She declares, "My beloved went down to his garden, but not to the entire garden, which symbolizes all the physical powers and the multitude of bodily souls. Rather, he descended to the bed of spices, which is the divine, spiritual soul. This soul is the supernal spice that rises to God as a pleasing fragrance. The bed of spices is where 5 seeds are sown, corresponding to the 5 times King David said, "My soul blesses the Lord" in Psalms. These 5 instances reflect the ways in which the soul in the human body parallels God's power in the world, as enumerated in the Talmud. Just as the Holy One, blessed be He, fills the entire world, so too does the soul fill the entire body. Just as the Holy One, blessed be He, sees but is not seen, so too does the soul see but is not seen. Just as the Holy One, blessed be He, sustains the entire world, so too does the soul sustain the entire body. Just as the Holy One, blessed be He, is pure, so too is the soul pure. Just as the Holy One, blessed be He, resides in an innermost sanctum, so too does the soul reside in the innermost chamber of the body. Thus, the soul, possessing these 5 characteristics, must praise the one who shares these attributes. Brachet tene, to pasture in the gardens, refers to the plants and growth that stem from the decomposing body after death. Through death, the body is gradually purified, returning little by little to its elemental components. From there it may enter other cycles of life. And to gather roses. The roses in this metaphor represent the holy souls. Our sages interpret this verse as relating to the passing of the righteous, when their souls are collected and set aside for eternal rest. God gathers these righteous souls for himself and places them in his treasuries, signifying their preservation in a state of sanctity. I am my beloved's, and my beloved is mine, who pastures among the roses. Verse 6:3. The maiden proclaims, "I am my beloved's, and my beloved the shepherd is mine," as expressed in his bringing me this beautiful gift of roses. The maiden now joins the supernal beloved, referring to death by divine kiss, and says, "I am my beloved's," for she, from this point and on, cleaves to God with great desire. The supernal beloved brings her roses, the blossoms of her righteousness and good deeds, as a pleasing fragrance. You are beautiful, my darling, like Tirzah, lovely as Jerusalem, and as awesome as bannered hosts. Verse 6:4. The beloved says, My darling, you are beautiful as Tirzah. That is, since you have once again found favor in my eyes, Nitratsit, similar to Tirzah, my desire for you has returned. Indeed, you are as lovely as all of Jerusalem, all of its maidens. You are as awesome as bannered hosts, for now they will be afraid to approach you. The supernal beloved tells the soul of Solomon, You are beautiful, for your deeds have pleased me and atoned for your shortcomings. Lovely as Jerusalem, meaning as lovely as the body and its many faculties, which are metaphorically referred to as Jerusalem and its daughters. Indeed, you are equal to all of them combined, and you are foremost in my eyes. You are awesome as an army with many banners and encampments. On account of the Torah study and good deeds you have engaged in and performed, a holy host and angels of peace stand around you to guard you in all your ways. No stranger shall come near you. Turn your eyes directly towards me, instead of out of the corner of your eyes from a distance, for they are my pride. Your hair is like a flock of goats streaming down Gilead. Verse 6:5. From now on, turn your eyes fully toward me, no longer gazing at me from afar. Until now, you looked towards Solomon's chambers, glancing at me only from the corner of your eye. Now, direct your eyes directly to me, for they are my pride and glory. Therefore, let them remain fixed upon me constantly. He then goes on to recount her beauty, your hair, etc. as above. Turn your eyes towards me. Until now, your gaze has been distant, as you remained within Solomon's chambers, the physical body, focusing your mind's eye on me from afar, limited by the constraints of materialism. Now, turn your eyes directly towards me and join me beneath the throne of my glory. Your eyes are my pride, for they have magnified my presence in the world. Through them, my greatness and sovereignty have become known. For more on the significance of the eyes, see the explanation on 115. The focus now shifts to recount the maiden's spiritual qualities and refinements, symbolized by the hair, teeth, and temples, representing the soul's capacity for spiritual insight, intellectual comprehension, and its very essence, as explained in Chapter 4. The description omits the neck and the breasts, which symbolize the soul's governance over the body's desires and instincts, as these aspects are no longer relevant. The soul is now detaching from the body, leaving behind its material inclinations. Your teeth are like a flock of ewes that have come up from the washing pool. All of them are aligned, and none are bereaved among them. Verse 6:6. Your brow, seen through your veil, is like a segment of pomegranate. Verse 6:7. 60 are queens, and 80 are concubines, and maidens without number. Verse 6:8. Seeing the daughters of Jerusalem approaching and gathering around his lover, he tells them, Does Solomon not already have many wives, 60 queens, 80 concubines, and many maidens? Why then must he oppress my darling, who is my only one? The supernal beloved addresses the daughters of Jerusalem, who symbolize the body's sensibilities, as they gather around the soul, saying, Does Solomon, representing authority over the body, not already have many wives and resources, 60 queens, symbolizing the primary forces governing the body, along with 80 concubines, representing lesser forces, and maidens without number, reflecting the innumerous qualities, attributes, and functions of the body. One is my dove, my perfect one, the only one to her mother, the chosen one to her that bore her. The daughters see her and declare her fortunate, queens and concubines, and they praise her. Verse 6:9. One is my dove, my perfect one. I have no dear companion besides her. The beloved continues, but she is also the only one to her mother, who never bore another daughter like her. She is clearly chosen by the one who birthed her, as if her mother selected the finest beauty and charm the world has to offer and brought this daughter into the world. As a result, all the maidens who see her declare her fortunate, and even Solomon's queens and concubines despite being her rivals, see her and praise her. However, one is my dove, my perfect one. The sacred soul is unique among them all. She has no equal or counterpart among the bodily forces, as the soul is entirely distinct from everything in this lower physical world. She is the only one to her mother. The body is metaphorically called the mother of the soul, for the body has never produced anything like this beloved maiden among all the girls begotten. The soul is also clearly the chosen one to her that bore her, the finest and most select product of nature. Having ascended from inanimate objects to plants, from plants to animals, and from animals to humans, nature finally brought forth this heavenly daughter, the best of all, the crown of souls, and the pinnacle of creation. This recognition extends even to all the daughters, all the world's creatures. They all praise her superiority, recognizing that she is the most fortunate of all, the truly fortunate. She alone is God's portion in his world. Even queens and concubines, representing all the forces of the body, praise her, for she alone is immortal, possessing knowledge and understanding. There is nothing comparable to the soul among all the other forces connected to the body. Who is this that looks forth like dawn, beautiful as the moon and radiant as the sun, and as awesome as bannered hosts? Verse 6:10. The daughters of Jerusalem now draw near to her and ask, "Who is this that looks forth like dawn?" The dawn serves as the bridge between night and day, and at that moment, one can witness both the beauty of the moon as it sets as well as glorious sunshine. The maiden resembles both of these celestial lights visible at the break of dawn, beautiful as the moon and radiant as the sun. She is also as awe-inspiring as an army with banners, as the multitudinous stars and heavenly hosts that sparkle at daybreak. Who is this? The bodily forces now sense that Solomon's soul is beginning to separate from his body, and they ask, "Who is this that looks forth from the windows?" This refers to the soul peeking out from the windows, from the cracks between the dust and the body. The soul extends her head out of the window, preparing to depart from the physical realm. She resembles the dawn, the boundary between night and day, the end of night, and the beginning of daylight. Just as dawn marks the transition between two states, so the soul now stands at the threshold between the dark, temporary life of this world, filled with confusion and disorder, like the night, and the eternal life, where everything is bright and clear, like the rising sun in the morning. As it is written, "The path of the righteous is like the light of dawn, growing brighter until the day is established." Proverbs 4 verse 18. She is now beautiful as the moon and radiant as the sun. While the soul is enclosed in the physical body in this world, it is like the moon, which does not have its own light, but only reflects the light it receives from the sun. Similarly, the soul's light in this world is not its own, but is received from the great sun, God's light, that shines upon her. This divine light penetrates and radiates through the soul's faculties, illuminating its inner workings. Just as the moon, due to its dense, opaque material, serves as a polished surface that reflects the sun's rays, so too, when the soul is tied to the physical body, the body's dense material obstructs the spiritual light from fully permeating. Yet, because of this resistance, the soul, like a polished tablet, becomes capable of receiving and reflecting the divine light. The holiness and purity within the soul cause it to shine with a radiant glow, reflecting the spiritual light it receives from the divine. And now, as it departs from the body to return to its source, the God of spirits, the soul becomes like the sun, with its own intrinsic light. Similarly, the soul will once again shine with spiritual light from within itself, being divine in nature. However, at this moment of separation from the body, it is like the dawn, where both great lights are present. She is still as beautiful as the moon, but also as radiant as the sun. Though still within the body, the soul begins to peer outside, like someone looking through a window beyond the body, signaling its imminent departure. And she is as awesome as bannered hosts, for she is accompanied by many stars and brilliant lights, representing the illumination of a mitzvah is a candle and the Torah is light, as well as the angelic shine of her good deeds. A soul that merits it is accompanied by numerous holy legions prepared to join with it and bring it into Gan Eden. Zohar, Mishpatim 97a. I went down to the walnut grove to see the green plants by the brook, to see if the vine had blossomed, if the pomegranates were in bloom. Verse 6:11. The maiden responds with various excuses as to why she left her chamber and looked outside. She claims that she descended to the walnut grove, where she went to stroll by the streams, and from there, she went to observe whether the vine had blossomed, etc. The soul responds, I went down to the walnut grove. According to Kabbalists, the material world, due to its connection with the tree of knowledge of good and evil, is symbolized by a walnut. The walnut is described as having 4 husks, clipped, surrounding the kernel. The mystical sages delve extensively into the symbolism of the walnut shells, relating the layers of the walnut to the dregs and flaws of physical matter. They elaborate on how these shells correspond to the imperfections inherent in material existence. In fact, the world at large, with its 4 husks, resembles a walnut. Just as Ezekiel foresaw in the vision of the divine chariot, a stormy wind, a great cloud, and a fire flashing up, with a bright light from within it, and as Elijah experienced at Mount Horeb, a wind, an earthquake, a fire, and then a still, small voice. The maiden says that she went down to the walnut grove, which represents her body, in order to take stock of its forces and actions, to see what she might salvage at the time of separation. From there, she descends to the riverbanks to observe what growth the body attained throughout its life, and then to see how the vine had blossomed and how the pomegranates had budded. The vine represents deep thinking, as wine, its product, symbolizes understanding. See commentary on 2:13 and 4:13. Pomegranates allude to the 613 commandments. The maiden's journey to the walnut grove is her way of reflecting on what the body has achieved in terms of intellectual and spiritual growth. She seeks to assess what insights and actions she will carry forward with her for the future era, preparing herself with the spiritual garments she will don in the world to come. I did not know. My soul set me as the chariots of my noble people. Verse 6:12. The maiden retracts her earlier words, saying, I myself do not know why I have gone out. Rather, it is my soul, my beloved, the shepherd, who is my soul, and the life of my spirit. He has placed me in the chariot of noble people, meaning he is the one guiding me as a swift chariot to my noble people, the children of my nation. I will no longer remain confined in Solomon's chambers. I will ride out to join the noble ones of my people. I did not know. Amidst her reflections on her body's actions and deeds in this world, while accounting for everything it did throughout its life, the time of death arrives. She gathers her feet onto the bed, preparing to depart on her eternal journey. In this moment, she stops thinking about the matters of life in this world, saying, I no longer know anything. My soul, referring here to God, who is my life and spirit, has placed me in the chariot of the noble ones. He has set me upon this divine chariot, commanding me to ascend in a chariot of fire and horses of fire, to rise in a whirlwind to the heavens, to be gathered to my noble people, in the sense of I am gathered to my people in death. He instructs me to swiftly journey to the righteous in the realm of souls. Chapter 7. Return, return, O Shulamite, return, return, and we will look after you. How will you look after the Shulamite, who is like one surrounded by 2 camps? Verse 7:1. After revealing to the daughters of Jerusalem that she is prepared to ride off and return to her people and her beloved, they begin to plead with her not to leave them, saying, Return, return to Solomon's chambers. Return, and we will look after you, honoring you as a queen. The maiden responds, How will you look after the Shulamite? Here she refers to herself with a term that suggests peace, shalom, and perfection, shlimet. How can you honor me when I am like one who is constantly surrounded by 2 groups of guards? I am like a captive among you. Upon hearing that the heavenly maiden is ready to go to the meeting place and leave the body, the daughters of the body plead with her. Return, return, O Shulamite. As wife of King Solomon, who represents the body, you rule over it. Do not separate from us. Return, return to the body and earthly life, and We will look after you. We will all submit to your authority and do as you say. You will be the one who reigns over us from now on." The soul responds, "How will you look after the Shulamite? How can I possibly rule over you and ensure your compliance when I am caught between two opposing camps? On one side I am surrounded by the camp of God and his holy army, represented by the inclination towards good, which urges me to renounce all worldly desires and dedicate myself solely to Torah, worship, and sanctification. On the other side stands the camp of the accusing angel, the Satan, and the legions of the evil inclination, along with the desires of the body, which pull me toward fulfilling the cravings of the flesh and indulging in every form of transgression. How can I live in harmony among you, torn between these two conflicting forces? Woe to me from my Creator! Woe to me from my natural inclination!" Brachet 61a. How beautiful are your feet in sandals, O daughter of nobility! The curves of your thighs are like jewels, the work of the hands of a craftsman. Verse 7:2. The daughters of Jerusalem respond to the noble daughter, "How very beautiful are your feet, but only in proper footwear, not if you go barefoot. If you go off to your lover, the shepherd, then you will have no sandals, and your beauty will be diminished. The curves of your thighs are like jewels, but only those crafted by the hands of a master. When they are adorned with a craftsman's jewels, they are truly beautiful. Not so if you are with your beloved shepherd, lacking such adornments." The daughters of Jerusalem, of the body, respond to the daughter of nobility, daughter of the divine. "How beautiful are your feet, but only when they are in sandals." The sages teach that the body receives life from three spiritual sources: the intellectual soul, the vitalizing soul, and the natural vegetative soul. When the soul departs at death and is gathered to her people, all of the soul's functions connected to the physical body cease, leaving only the ruach, the spirit, which returns to God, who gave it. Thus, the daughters of the body speak persuasively to the maiden, reminding her that when the soul departs, all physical actions and bodily functions cease and disappear. They elaborate on the body's functions in sequence, starting from the bottom with the feet, which represent movement. Movement is considered graceful and beautiful, as the verse says, "How beautiful are your feet, but only in sandals." That is, the soul's beauty and movement exists only as long as it is clothed in a body, which serves as its shoe or outer covering, allowing the soul to express its actions in the physical world, as above 5:3. But when the shoe is referred to in the Levirate ceremony as the house of the removed shoe, movement comes to a halt. That is, when the soul sheds its body, the body becomes still like a stone or any inanimate object. Thus, when God commanded Moses at the burning bush to remove your shoes from your feet, it was a call to transcend the material plane entirely. In the vegetative soul, there exists the power of nourishment and reproduction. The power to reproduce, associated with the thigh, as in the phrase, "All the souls that came from Jacob's loins," also ceases at the time of death. The verse, therefore, says, "The curves of your thighs are like jewels," because you give birth to children to ensure the continuation of the species. But this is only if it is the work of the hands of a craftsman, meaning only if the body, which is the craftsman that performs this task, is still alive. Once the soul has departed, the craftsman's work is over. Your navel is like a rounded goblet. Do not go without wine ready for drinking. Your belly is like a heap of wheat encircled with roses. Verse 7:3. Your navel is like a rounded goblet that is always filled with wine, ready for drinking. You are accustomed to drinking wine to your full satisfaction. Be careful not to forsake this luxury, for in the house of the poor shepherd, wine will not flow freely, as it does here. Do not let your belly go without its heap of wheat, encircled with roses. In the king's house, you have heaps of wheat to satisfy your hunger, something you will not find in the house of the poor shepherd. The body is sustained and nourished by both food and drink. The body's functions tell the maiden, "Your navel is like a rounded goblet, always full with drink, sending streams throughout the body to nourish it. Be sure not to stop its flow, for when death comes, the pitcher shatters at the spring, and this nourishment stops." The beautiful vessel, the goblet ready to receive drink, then becomes useless. And your belly is, encircled with roses, adorned with many beautiful flowers ready to receive food, digest it, and distribute the enriched blood to the organs responsible for processing the nutrients and distributing nourishment throughout the body. Be sure the heap of wheat is not lacking, for after death, there will be no more wheat sent to the mills to grind. The millstones will fall silent as the sound of grinding fades. Your two breasts are like two fawns, twins of a gazelle. Verse 7:4. Your breasts resemble two fawns in a place of grace and beauty, that is, in the chambers of the king's palace, where there is every delight, but not in the humble abode of the shepherd. After describing the lower section of the body, which is responsible for the functions of the vegetative soul, the song now turns to the role of the vitalizing soul, located from the chest upwards towards the head. Here, your two breasts symbolizes the soul's capacity to either be repulsed, anger, or attracted, desire. These two emotions are like twins of a gazelle, as both stem from the soul's impulsivity, linked to emotions and instinctive reactions, explained in 4:5. They resemble two fawns, but only when they are twins of a gazelle in the material world, where desires and emotions remain active. In this world, one responds and reacts to beauty and objects of desire, while anger is aroused by jealousy, vengeance, and other similar emotions. But once the soul departs from this physical world, these emotional drives cease. At that point, all material desires fade. As it says, the almond tree blossoms, i.e., with age, certain bones protrude. And the caper berry fails, i.e., desire wanes. Ecclesiastes 12 verse 5, meaning that these impulses no longer hold sway after death. Your neck is like an ivory tower, your eyes like the pools in Heshbon by the gate of the populous city, Jerusalem, your nose like the tower of Lebanon overlooking Damascus. Verse 7:5, your neck resembles an ivory tower, and your eyes are like the pools of Heshbon, always fresh and moist. Is it not fitting that they should be found at the gate of a populous city, in a city filled with beauty, rather than a barren wilderness? Likewise, your nose is like the tower of Lebanon, overlooking Damascus, a civilized city, not a desolate wasteland. Why should such beauty reside in isolation among the parched hills of the wild? Your neck embodies the elevation of the intellect and soul over the body and its impulsive drives. It is compared to an ivory tower, where defense is mounted against enemies at the gate. Similarly, this tower, the neck, is where the intellect governs the forces of the body, subduing them as noted above in chapter 4. Similarly, your eyes refers to the eyes of the intellect, which see, contemplate, plan, and consider all matters related to the body. They are like pools where waters gather, just as the sensations collected by the senses accumulate in our memory and retention. These are the pools in Heshbon, where thoughts gather to consider, calculate, and evaluate all the body's pathways, actions, benefits, and harms. Is it not fitting that they should stand at the gate of the populous city, which is Jerusalem, representing the body, where the many forces and multitudes of the body are gathered? There, they can receive the soul's commands and authority. But after death, where is the scribe? Where is the treasurer? Isaiah 33 verse 18, for there is no action, knowledge, or calculation in the grave, Sheol. Likewise, your nose is like the tower of Lebanon, symbolizing intellectual contemplation, the face and form of the soul, which is its understanding. This part of your face resembles the tower of Lebanon, from where one can look out and survey all the trees of Lebanon. From this vantage point, one gains wisdom and insight into all the works that God has established in His world, as well as the plants of the Garden of Lebanon, representing all of existence, both high and low. This tower overlooks Damascus, a city outside Jerusalem and east of the borders of the land of Israel. This is a metaphor for how the contemplative intellect, through its inquiries, observes the great city and the unique domain, that is, the entire physical world, encompassing everything that exists from the rising of the sun to its setting. Unlike the practical intellect, which focuses only on the city of Jerusalem, representing the body and its needs, Even this contemplative intellect, which investigates and observes the lowly, tangible world and everything in it, alluded to by Damascus, a Gentile land, which has no sanctity, will cease after death, no longer perceiving any physical existence. Your head upon you is like carmel, and the locks of your head are like purple. The king is held captive in the tresses. Verse 7:6. Your head is like Mount Carmel in its beauty and majesty, and the locks of your hair resemble the color of royal purple. Is the king not held captive in the tresses? Indeed, King Solomon is bound by them. In chains of love, he cannot move without you, as if shackled in bonds. Here, the head upon you refers to your essential self, the divine and spiritual essence distinct from the physical, that is, the soul itself, which is the head of all. Is it not like Mount Carmel, full of fruit and bounty? So, too, you are full of wisdom, knowledge of God, and all that is holy. And the locks of your head, the hair and curls represent the rays of thought that break forth from the soul and are revealed through it. Hair symbolizes the emergence of hidden, concealed thoughts. See 4:1 and 5:11. This spiritual light resembles the color purple, symbolizing a celestial realm that surrounds the divine throne, though it lies just below the higher world of light and emanation, the source of the holy souls. The king, the body that rules in the small city, the human body, is held captive in the tresses by the channels that extend from the soul, which nourish the body through the conduits of wisdom, energy, and sensation. The body is bound by these channels, and without them, it cannot move, becoming like an inanimate stone when the soul departs from it. Rabbi Pinchas explains that the soul originates from the throne of glory, which is the head, the soul, the crown of the body. The king is held captive in the tresses, refers to the body, bound in the grave. Midrash Haneelam, Veikro 1:13b, how beautiful and how delightful you are, love with pleasures. Verse 7:7. The daughters of the body continue to insist on the superiority of what King Solomon has to offer, saying of love, how very beautiful and delightful you are, but only when accompanied by pleasures. Love is truly beautiful when it brings with it pleasures and delights. If you love the king, you will enjoy every pleasure and delicacy. That is when love is good. Such love cannot be compared to love with the poor shepherd, where no pleasures are to be found. How beautiful is love! Indeed, it is beautiful and very delightful, but only with pleasures. Meaning, if you love the body and live a physical, temporary life, then you will enjoy the pleasures and delights of the world. In such a case, love is good. But in death, when there are no pleasures or luxuries, love loses its appeal. Such is your stature, like a palm tree, and your breasts are like clusters of ripe grapes. Verse 7:8. Now King Solomon himself comes forward and speaks to the maiden's heart, urging her not to leave him. Look at your stature. You stand tall, proud and strong, so much so that you resemble a palm tree so tall that no man can ascend it. Your breasts are like clusters of fruit suspended from this height. After describing how all the faculties and sections of the body, referred to as the daughters of the body, plead with the soul, begging her not to separate from them out of fear for their own demise, the song now depicts King Solomon himself parting from the object of his desire, the soul. Here, Solomon symbolizes the heart, the wellspring of life and the pulse, which continues to beat and gather the flow of blood and life until the moment of death. In one last surge, the heart rouses with all its strength, striving to hold back the soul from leaving the body. As is known, in the final moment, the heart makes one last effort, similar to how a flame flares up just before it goes out. The king tells the maiden, "My soul, such is your stature." All the details considered so far, from how beautiful are your feet to your head, represent the stature of the heavenly bride, the soul. That is, the vegetative, vital, and intellectual aspects together form the complete stature of the soul, from which these faculties diverge. See Maimonides' 8 chapters. Indeed, the soul is like a stately palm tree, growing with its head and heart directed upward. In the same way, you face upward, with your desire directed to your beloved in heaven. Your breasts are like clusters of ripened grapes, ready to be harvested and placed in the wine press to extract their wine. The time has come for you to depart from this world and receive compensation for your deeds in the era of reward. I resolve to climb the palm tree and grasp its branches. May your breasts be like clusters of the vine, and your breath like the fragrance of apples. Verse 7:9. Despite all this, King Solomon continues, vowing to do everything possible to attain her love. I resolved to climb the palm tree, making every effort to ascend to your heights. Though its trunk is smooth and the climber might easily fall, I will grasp its branches tightly as I climb to prevent myself from falling. He then blesses her. May your breasts be like clusters of the vine. When held, the juice flows like wine. And may your breath be sweet, like the fragrance of apples. Nevertheless, I resolve to climb the palm tree, meaning I will strive to hold back the soul from departing the body. Although the soul rises to spiritual heights beyond my reach, I will grasp its branches. This represents the body's final effort to cleave to the soul at the moment of separation, striving to prevent her from leaving. King Solomon wishes, may your breasts be like clusters of the vine. As explained earlier, 4:5, the two breasts of the soul symbolize desire and anger, products of the soul's impulsiveness. He asks that these forces be like clusters of the vine, filled with grapes and wine, meaning they should be stirred only by God's word and his commandments, his Torah and laws, to fulfill his commandments and to perform righteous deeds. As the Zohar explains, just as a tree has one trunk yet branches into many limbs, so too a single mitzvah yield merits like clusters of grapes on a vine, each carrying numerous branches. Zohar, Shlach 175b. And may the fragrance of your breath, which represents the contemplative mind, the face of the soul, as noted in verse 5, may it resemble apples, which emit a pleasing scent. That is, may you be strengthened to gain insight into God's Torah and wisdom. And may your palate be like the finest wine. The maiden responds, it goes straight to my beloved from my lips that murmur in their sleep. Verse 7:10, and may your palate be to me like the finest wine, which gladdens the heart. Here concludes King Solomon's words. The maiden responds to King Solomon, it all goes straight to my beloved. The wine of my palate will not be yours, but will be given solely to my beloved, the shepherd. Do not rise to my stance, as I will go to my beloved and I shall be his. I go now to my beloved, who is straight and upright. He is the very embodiment of righteousness, as he is full of integrity and justice. On account of the depths of my longing and my constant recollection of my beloved, even in my sleep my lips continue to murmur, saying, I am my beloved's, and his desire is for me. I am my beloved's, and his desire is for me. Verse 7:11. The soul departs with a kiss and with yearning, the longing of the part for the whole, and the whole for the part, and it cleaves to its source with great love. See Adrat Pars Hat Hazanu page 288, where Rashbi recites this verse at the time of his death. Come, my beloved, let us go out to the field, let us lodge in the villages. Verse 7:12. The maiden turns to her beloved and says, Come, let us go out from here to the field. Tonight we shall lodge in the villages surrounding Jerusalem. Now that the soul has departed from the body, it turns toward the supernal beloved, who stands ready to gather her to himself, and says, Come, my beloved, let us go out from the city, meaning let us leave the body and go out to the field, beyond the body. On the first night following death, the soul hovers over certain sections of the body, not completely separating from it. Since in this song, the body as a whole is metaphorically represented as a city, the parts of the body and distinct faculties are symbolized as smaller, sparsely inhabited villages. Thus, the verse says, Let us lodge, tonight, in the villages, meaning the soul will revisit some parts of the body during this time, as is known from the concept of the judgment and purification that occurs in the grave, Chi Bat Hakever. And may your palate, your inner expression of wisdom, C 5:16, be like fine wine, symbolizing the Holy Spirit, which is referred to as the finest wine throughout this text, see 2:4 for 10. Here King Solomon pledges that, if granted life, he will dedicate himself solely to Torah, wisdom, mitzvot, and the pursuit of sanctity and knowledge of God. The soul responds, I am going straight to my beloved. I will no longer return to the king, to the heart and the body, because I am going to my supernal beloved, returning to my heavenly abode. I am going straight to my beloved. I go to one who established the straight path, level ground. That is, I go to the God of spirits, who is the source of all righteousness and goodness. From my lips that murmur in their sleep. At this moment of death, as Solomon lies faint and nearing death, his lips, now silent and in the sleep of death, murmur. They whisper, on behalf of the soul, to say, I am my beloved's, and his desire is for me. Let us rise early to go to the vineyards and see if the vines have flowered, if its blossoms have opened, if the pomegranates are in bloom. There I will give you my love. Verse 7:13, At the light of morning, let us get up early to go to the vineyards and check if the vines have flowered and if the pomegranates are in bloom. This imagery suggests an uncertainty. Perhaps the vine has indeed blossomed and the pomegranates have opened. There I will give my love. Certainly my love and affection have flowered and are in bloom. My love and devotion are solely for you, not for anyone else. Then, at dawn, let us rise early in the morning to go to the vineyards. In allegorical terms, the vineyard represents the culmination of one's actions and deeds. That is, we will examine the fruits of our labor, considering what was gained from all the work and effort invested in the physical world, see above 1:6. And see if the vines have flowered, meaning to see whether we have attained anything beneficial through our understanding, symbolized throughout the text as grapevines and fine wine, as above 2:13. If they have indeed flowered, we shall look further to see if its blossoms have opened, meaning if the grapes have begun to ripen and take form, signifying whether the intellectual grasp has borne fruit and yielded results. We shall also observe if the pomegranates are in bloom. In this allegory, pomegranates represent the commandments and good deeds, totaling 613, like a segment of pomegranate, see 4:13, 6:1. That is, the aim is to discern whether there has been any lasting benefit from our engagement in the sensory world, both in Torah study and in good deeds. However, there I will give you my love. This means that, even though it is uncertain whether my Torah study and commandments will be fruitful, since at times, a person may engage in these activities without pure intentions, but for ulterior motives that don't benefit the soul in the world of reward, but I will certainly give you my true love. The emotion of love for God, and the Torah and the commandments performed out of love for God will undoubtedly benefit the soul and be accepted as a pleasing fragrance. I will give you my love, the soul of my actions and the heart of my service, which is pleasing to God. The mandrakes have emitted their fragrance, and at our door are all the delicacies, both new, i.e., freshly picked fruits, and old, long stored, that I have kept for you, my beloved. Verse 7:14, the maiden remarks, The mandrakes, which are gathered for their pleasant scent, have emitted their fragrance, meaning their fragrance is not exclusive to their owners, but can be enjoyed by all those in the field. Indeed, they have already emitted their fragrance to every passerby. At our doorway is every delicacy, pleasures and delights that are available to everyone, lying openly on the doorstep like something abandoned or common. These delights, although fresh and newly gathered, are perceived as being old and familiar, as we have been sated by them to excess. None of these matters, however, are important. Just my love and affection that I have kept for you, it is unabandoned and has not grown old. I have preserved my love just for you. My love is hidden from the eyes of everyone else. It is for you alone. Mandrakes symbolize the application of mind and deeds that is not exclusively devoted for divine purposes, but are often directed towards superficial motives and bodily pleasure. The symbol of mandrake appears here in the song, as it is known for its property of sparking love between a man and his wife, albeit a physical expression of love. The mandrakes, symbolizing intellectual pursuits, have emitted their fragrance openly in the field, making them accessible to everyone, meaning they are not solely for God. Pursuits of the mind, found in the field, the material world, can often involve superficial or secular knowledge that does not necessarily lead to divine worship. Here, mandrix refers to engaging in intellectual pursuits that do not inspire a spiritual love, which is the love of God. In such cases, the fragrance is open to all material forces and not reserved for God alone. See Zohar Introduction, pg. 12. Similarly, at our door are all the delicacies. These are the fruits, the results of our actions. They lie at our doorsteps, outside, not brought into the inner sanctuary, for actions without the love of God are bodies without souls, shells without substance. They stand at the threshold and do not enter the inner chambers, the hidden places of the heart. These actions are both new and old, meaning that the observance of even the most significant commandments has become stale, performed by rote, a mechanical routine without heartfelt devotion. In contrast, the affection that I have kept for you, my beloved, the devotion with which I served God out of love, is reserved solely for Him, dedicated entirely to God, and is wholly sacred. Chapter 8. If only you were as my brother, who nursed at my mother's breast. If I would find you outside, I would kiss you, and no one would scorn me for it. Verse 8:1. The maiden now expresses her sorrow at having to leave her mother's home and family to wander with her lover through fields and wilderness. She laments, "Oh, if only you were as my brother, who nursed at my mother's breast. Then, if I kissed you in public, no one would scorn me for it." The soul briefly reflects on its former state within the body, feeling a pang of sorrow over leaving its physical vessel. For 12 months, the soul mourns the body, though it does not regret leaving the state it endured while alive, constantly besieged by the great king, which is the evil inclination, physical desires, and inner conflicts. Indeed, this king built strongholds of materialism around the soul, holding it captive. The soul only wishes it had reached the level of Moses and Elijah the prophet, for whom the body and its desires did not interfere with their spiritual connection. These exalted ones could shed their soiled garments, i.e., their physical limitations, whenever they desired, freeing themselves from the body to achieve prophecy and cleave to God. These righteous leaders had the power to dwell in the upper chamber or the courtyard, transcending the physical body and immersing themselves in divine glory. They could don garments of light and draw the divine presence into their innermost being, as Moses did, who prophesied with his soul in his body without fear or trembling. The soul laments, "If only you were as my brother," wishing that God would be closely bound to the soul, his sister, for due to its divine origin, the soul is considered the king's sister, and that God would be like one who nursed mother's breast, meaning that he would be comforted and sustained by finding favor in the service of the body as well. See 1:6 and 3:4. God would thus take pleasure in my service in two distinct ways. 1. If I would find you outside, I would kiss you, meaning I would be able to leave the confines of the city and go beyond it, signifying a separation from the material body. There, I would find God and be united with Him through the kisses of His mouth and His holy words. The daughters of Jerusalem, representing the body's faculties, would neither scorn me for it, nor prevent me from detaching from physicality and uniting with my beloved at any given time. I will lead you and bring you to my mother's house, where you will teach me. I will give you to drink of the spiced wine, of the juice of my pomegranate. Verse 8:2. I would also be able to lead you and bring you to my mother's house. There you would teach me, and I would give you spiced wine to drink. 2. I will lead you and bring you to my mother's house, which represents my body. There you will teach me your Torah and commandments, manners of service I could only perform for you while incarnate in a body of flesh and blood. I will give you to drink of the spiced wine. Wine symbolizes insight and understanding. See 2:4-5 for 10. Drinking spiced wine means that you would take pleasure in my contemplation and understanding, which are spiced. That is, mixed with perceptions drawn from mortal experience, which occurs within time and space, grasped by the soul while it is still bound to the body. It is called spiced wine, seasoned with fragrant mixtures, as opposed to the pure, unmixed wine, which represents the clear understanding attained by the soul once it is freed from the body. Similarly, the juice of my pomegranate symbolizes the good deeds I performed while still in a physical body, as the 613 commandments are reflected in the number of seeds in a pomegranate, see above 4:3. If only he would place his left hand under my head and with his right hand embrace me. Verse 8:3. If only that could happen in public. As explained above, 2:6, the left hand represents intellectual understanding through study and reasoning, while the right hand symbolizes prophetic insight, which is pure and free from any flaw. Here, the primary and more dominant understanding is the clear and holy spirit of prophetic insight, which surpasses intellectual understanding derived from analysis and deduction. I have adjured you, O daughters of Jerusalem, what can you do now to meddle in this love, or even to stir it up, just to be desirable? Verse 8:4. The maiden concludes her words to the daughters of Jerusalem, whom she has sworn to uphold their love repeatedly, having made them swear by the gazelles and the hinds. But now she no longer fears them, saying, what can you do now to meddle in this love, or even to stir it up? You can no longer suppress or alter this love in any way. But now she retracts her words, saying, you, O daughters of Jerusalem, who represent the faculties of the body, have I not always adjured you, by gazelles and by hinds of the field, 2:7? You have constantly kept me apart from holiness, standing between us. But now, what can you do now to meddle in this love, or even to stir it up? You cannot make it distant or draw it close, for I have separated from the material and now dwell in the shadow of the Almighty. Who is this coming up from the wilderness, who leans on her beloved? Under the apple tree I awakened you. There your mother was in labor with you. There, she who bore you was in labor. Verse 8:5. The poet asks, who is this who has journeyed away from the city, moving towards the wilderness, and cleaves to her beloved? The beloved shepherd responds, when I found you, you were asleep under the apple tree. It was there that I first roused you. Under that same apple tree, your mother conceived you, and she gave birth to you there as well. Your mother was also born beneath this apple tree. Since she was found and born there, as were her ancestors, clearly the maiden was accustomed to being in the wilderness, not the city. They ask, what defines this precious soul that is coming up from the wilderness? This refers to the soul as it enters the wilderness, meaning as it separates from the physical body and begins to ascend the rungs of the heavenly ladder to dwell in the heavens. There, she leans on her beloved, cleaving to the supernal beloved, who is of clear, ruddy complexion, 5:10, to be bound to the living God, her Lord. This is a destiny not granted to all souls, which perish along with the body, and generally do not retain an individual existence, but only a collective one. What then distinguishes this particular soul? God responds, under the apple tree, I awakened you. This precious soul is indeed set apart, emanating from great heights and journeying to the physical earth from a sacred realm. When I first stirred you to descend from your place of origin and become incarnate within a body, you were under the apple tree in the holy orchard. Your soul originated from the upper realm of emanation, Atzilut, the world of light. There, your mother, symbolizing the body, was in labor with you, for that is your place of origin. There you were a distinct, spiritual being, full of life and abundant in purpose. Now you have returned to the very place from which you came. Throughout the entire song, the soul is addressed in the feminine form, but here a masculine form is used. For example, I awakened you. The male verb arartika is used instead of the feminine, ordik. While it is common in biblical Hebrew to occasionally refer to feminine subjects in the masculine, as Radak notes in Miklal, pgs. 9-10, there is an additional reason for this shift. Once the soul stands alone, separated from the body, it no longer reacts passively, but becomes an independent, spiritual being, similar to the supernal angels, called Ashim, derived from Ish, meaning man. Thus, it is no longer properly referred to in the feminine form. Set me as a seal upon your heart, as a seal upon your arm. For love is as fierce as death, jealousy is as cruel as the grave. Its flashes are flashes of fire, a blazing flame. Verse 8:6. The maiden requests that her lover establish her as an unwavering seal upon his heart and arm, protecting her from the king's wrath. Her love for him is as powerful as death, for she has sacrificed herself for her beloved shepherd. True, the king's jealousy over her departure is as relentless as the grave. But the flashes and blazing of her love surpass even the fire of purgatory. They are like the flames of divine fire, the fire of God. Set me as a seal. The soul asks her supernal beloved to set her as a seal upon his heart and his arm, meaning he should bind her to himself, aligning her desires with his will and guiding her actions accordingly. The love she demonstrated for God is as fierce as death, as she willingly sacrificed herself entirely for his love. Even though the jealousy of the evil inclination was as unyielding as the grave, attempting to turn her away from serving God and pull her down to the depths, the fiery sparks of her love for God, burning in her heart, were like divine flames, powerful enough to overcome the bonds of the grave and the temptations of the evil inclination. Having constantly waged a heavy battle with the evil inclination and ultimately emerging victorious, it is fitting that the maiden be established as a seal upon his will and his arm, granting her reward in both divinely inspired desire and deed. Many waters cannot extinguish love, nor can rivers sweep it away. If a man were to give all the wealth of his house for love, he would be utterly scorned. Verse 8:7. The poet narrates, many waters, etc., illustrating the great power of love and its fiery flames. Many waters and rivers cannot extinguish it. That is, all of Solomon's efforts to sway the maiden's heart away from her beloved achieved nothing, for the fire of love cannot be put out even by great quantities of water. Even rivers, which sweep everything away in their path, cannot wash away love. Indeed, Solomon could not overwhelm her love, neither through benevolence nor through force. Therefore, if a man were to give all the wealth of his house for love, he would be utterly scorned, for love cannot be bought with vast wealth. It depends only on the love of the heart. Thus, the maiden cleaves to her beloved. With this, Song 5 is complete. The poet narrates, many waters cannot extinguish love, referring to the supreme attachment of the soul to God. Neither the temptations of the evil inclination nor the desires of the body can extinguish the soul's pure love for its Creator. Even rivers, the sweeping changes of time and the world's hardships, cannot wash it away. If a person offered all their wealth for the love of God, they would be utterly scorned, for this love is truly priceless. By its very nature, this profound love drives a person to give their very soul and all their wealth for it. Thus, the maiden, the soul of Solomon, cleaves eternally to the eternal life of the divine spirit, the source of all souls. With this, Song 5 is complete. Song 1000. We have a little sister, who is young and has no breasts. What shall we do for our sister on the day she is spoken for? Verse 8:8. This song tells how the maiden pours out her plea on behalf of her younger sister, fearing that the king might desire her, despite her adolescence, and wish to take her for himself. Both the maiden's lover and her sister respond. The maiden says, I have a little sister who has not yet reached maturity. What shall we do for our sister, on the day she is spoken for, on the day she might be chosen to marry the king? Psalm 1000 recounts how the soul pours out a plea before God on behalf of her little sister, representing the primal spirit, Ruach HaIlani in Hebrew. The soul asks that this Ruach not be taken by the king, meaning that it should not unite with the body and thereby become corrupted by it. The song then offers both God's response and the response of the Ruach itself. The soul tells God, we have a little sister, referring to the dimension of the soul that is bound to the body, which is called Ruach, or in philosophical terms, acquired intellect. By its nature, it is not inherently eternal, as it is bound to materiality and perishes with it. However, through virtuous actions, Torah and prayer, a process of spiritual alchemy, can purify it to acquire the quality of Edenality, allowing it to become a separate, refined essence and remain alive even after the body's death. Kabbalah teaches that this ruach remains in the lower Garden of Eden, while the divine soul, the neshama, goes higher. Whenever the divine soul descends, it clothes itself within the ruach. This concept is extensive and intricate. And so, the neshama says, "We have a little sister," referring to the ruach, the primal spirit, but she has no breasts, meaning she does not nourish or produce anything on her own, since this state of consciousness is an acquired intellect, not one that is innate and divine. Rather, she only receives, which is embodied in her undeveloped chest. The question is, what shall we do for our sister on the day she is spoken for? Meaning if she is taken to Solomon, symbolizing the body, to waste away with him in the grave. Or how can she be saved to remain in eternal life? If she is a wall, we shall build upon her a turret of silver. But if she is a door, we shall secure her with a cedar board. Verse 8:9, the beloved responds, "If she is a wall, if she remains firmly closed in her resolve and does not yield to him, we shall build upon her a turret of silver, Tirat Kesef." This means that she will be guarded within a strong tower of silver, symbolizing desire, kasuf, longing. In other words, she should be given a husband who will long for her, and her desire will be directed toward him, freeing her from Solomon's house. But if she is a door, that is, if she opens her doors to the love of Solomon, then we will try to secure her with an impermanent cedar board, ultimately relinquishing her to him. God responds, "If she is a wall, if she stands strong, firmly closed off like a wall, resisting the influence of the evil inclination and desire, then we shall build upon her a turret of silver, Tirat Kesef, meaning she will be brought to the Garden of Eden, to the longed-for tower, Hatira Henixefet, reserved for the righteous. But if she is a door, that is, if she opens her doors to the enticing serpent, representing desires, then we shall secure her with a cedar board, meaning she will decay with the body in the grave, beneath the wooden casket. I am a wall, and my breasts are like towers. Thus I was in his eyes, as one who had found peace. Verse 8:10, the sister responds, "I am closed like a wall, and my breasts are firm like strong towers. Thus I have been in his eyes. Until now, Solomon has seen me as one who has found peace, as one for whom the time for love and intimacy has not yet arrived. And so he has not yet touched me." The Ruach spirit responds, "I am a wall. I've been like a wall, strong in resisting the evil inclination, like a fortified barrier that cannot be surmounted. My breasts, representing the emotional responses of anger and desire, have been as strong as towers, meaning they have not been conquered by the drives that wage war against the city to capture it. Thus, I appeared to the body as one who has found peace, as if I had made peace with the natural inclination, for I drew it into the service of God, until he made a covenant with me, and my heart became hollow within me, symbolizing complete surrender. This transformation left my heart hollow, free from inner conflict, as the natural inclination no longer opposed spiritual pursuits. Solomon had a vineyard in Baal-Hamon. He entrusted the vineyard to watchmen. Each one would bring 1,000 silver pieces for its fruit. Verse 8:11. The proof of the innocence of our interactions is that Solomon had a vineyard in Baal-Hamon, and this vineyard was so large that the watchmen guarding it each brought him 1,000 silver pieces as payment for its yield of fruit. The Ruach spirit describes how it made peace with the evil inclination, which did not stop it from serving God. For Solomon had a vineyard in Baal-Hamon. As we have explained 1:6, 7:13, the actions a person undertakes to achieve a purpose are allegorically likened to planting a vineyard. Solomon's vineyard, meaning his multitude of actions, deeds, and pursuits, whether in wisdom and knowledge or in mitzvot and good deeds, was vast. Hence, it was said that his vineyard was in Baal-Hamon, representing the abundance, Hamon, of his actions, interests, and commandments. He entrusted this vineyard to the watchmen of Jerusalem, representing the body's faculties. All tended the vineyard and worked in its service. The mind tended the vines of contemplation and understanding, while the faculties of life tended the vines of prayer and fulfilling the commandments. Each person profited from his fruit, earning 1,000 silver pieces, meaning great reward and precious, desirable things.
My own vineyard is before me.
The 1,000 silver pieces are for you, Solomon, and 200 for the keepers of its fruit. Verse 8:12, standing before me is my vineyard. Solomon gave me this vineyard as a gift, because I was in his eyes as one who had found peace. But I do not wish to keep this vineyard for myself. The 1,000 silver pieces earned from the vineyard should be yours, Solomon. I will also return the 200 pieces of silver, due to those who watched over the vineyard's fruit, for I do not wish to benefit from the gift. My own vineyard is before me. This great vineyard is mine, for the reward of Torah and service of the heart is what the Ruach spirit acquires, through which it gains permanence. Through this, the acquired intellect becomes an emanated intellect, and the primal spirit transforms into a holy spirit, living eternally, like the divine soul itself, the neshama. This is the reward of the vineyard that Solomon, representing the body, gained through dedication to Torah and prayer. It stands before me, as in, your righteousness shall go before you. Isaiah 58 verse 8. Yet, even Solomon himself, meaning the body and its faculties that toiled in this vineyard and engaged in Torah and prayer, will not lose their reward. Rather, everything they applied themselves to will rest in the grave and stand as their reward at the end of days. See Zohar, Vieira 28b. The 1,000 silver pieces are for you, Solomon. The reward for the fruits of the vineyard, representing fulfilling the commandments and performing good deeds, will also be given to the body and the lower soul, for their efforts indeed have a reward. And 200 for the keepers of its fruit. Every righteous person engaged in Torah is promised 200 worlds and silver pieces for their Torah study. Midrash Hanailam on Chei Sarah, page 124. You who sits in the gardens, friends, listen to you. Let me hear your voice. Verse 8:13. Here, the beloved shepherd addresses the maiden's younger sister. You who sits in the gardens, meaning you did not wander far into the wilderness like your sister, but instead stayed close to the city. There, in the gardens, friends, listen to your words, as you are near the city. Since I cannot approach to be with you, to protect you in person, on account of the city's watchmen, I shall suffice with hearing your voice from afar whenever possible. The divine soul, the neshama, ultimately returns to the eternal bond with God, forever cleaving to the divine. However, the Ruach spirit does not reach that great height, residing instead in the lower Garden of Eden. Only at specific times, like the Sabbath and holidays, does it ascend to her beloved. God, therefore, tells the Ruach, you who sits in the gardens, in the lower Garden of Eden, without ascending to the higher world, friends, listen. There are companions listening. That is, the Ruach is connected to the lowest part of the soul, the Nefesh, which, in turn, maintains its connection to the body in the grave. Because the Ruach remains close to these lower aspects, it cannot constantly cleave to the beloved on high. Nevertheless, the beloved fondly requests of the Ruach, at least let me hear your voice during these appointed auspicious times. Flee, my beloved, and be like a gazelle or a young stag on the mountains of spices. Verse 8:14. She too is fearful of the watchman and says, flee, my beloved, and be like a gazelle, returning to me again and again. Similarly, the Ruach spirit says to God, flee, my beloved, to your upper heavenly abode, for you do not remain with me at all times on account of the friends, the companions close to me. These are the lower levels, close to the material realm. Nevertheless, be like a gazelle or a young stag, which always returns to its place and looks back. Return to me from time to time, from one appointed time to the next.